The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. Yep, then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and I'm baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Criminal, and our other host, Lady Che, is still in the hospital. She should be coming home tomorrow, so please keep her in your thoughts and prayers. And our West Coast correspondent, Jaccson Corey, should be joining us here shortly. And on this season 4, episode 26 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first thing is Kamala. Now, these Kamala supporters keep talking about it's not true that she locked up black men and women in California, as both the District Attorney of San Francisco County, Assistant District Attorney of Alameda County, and Secretary of State or Secretary General of California. So the first topic is the sister, one of the mothers that she had locked up, and she was the DA of San Francisco. So it goes, arrested by Kamala, a black mother's story. Then we got, what does the vice president actually do? Because we keep hearing these Kamala sexuals, these Kamala supporters keep talking about the vice president can't do this, and the vice president can't do that, and the vice president is pretty much powerless, and all this crap, even though we have examples of vice presidents actually doing something while they were in office, such as Dick Cheney, such as Dan Quinn, and it's like 2 other vice presidents I could think about top of my head that have done something when they were in office. So it's just more stalling and deflection from these cop homosexuals who have nothing tangible, just like their candidate. So that's the second topic. And then these Democratic shills got the audacity, black family, to be going after Janet Jackson, our FBA sister, Janet Jackson, for questioning if Kamala is black or not. Democratic shills attack FBA icon Janet Jackson over Kamala. DL Hughley slams Kamala Harris, slams Janet Jackson over her comments about Kamala Harris, or Kamala Harris, or Kamala Harris, or Curry Mala Harris, or I don't give a damn Harris. Damn what her name is. The woman means it's no good. Then we got ABC and CBS refused to cover Teamsters, overwhelmingly backing Trump over Harris. Or let me rephrase that, backing the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, over Curry Mala, Hindu Bad Winch Harris. And then we got VP Curry Mala Harris became frustrated with NPR journalist Tanya Mosley for pushing back on her Babble. Then we got black voters in Georgia feel VP Kamala Harris is weak and couldn't handle world leaders. I agree. Then the Dump as in Human Shits campaign urges Mark Robinson to withdraw from North Carolina governor race amid scandals. So those are the topics tonight, Black family. So make sure y'all like and subscribe for Black News. I'm gonna hop right into it because we're already running late. I was trying to let the new black media finish up. So that's what we're doing. So let me get my screen on. Also, like I said, Lady Chase coming home tomorrow. So thank y'all for all the thoughts and prayers and well wishes that y'all been giving me on social media and over the phone. Really appreciate it. She is very appreciative of it as well. So I'm gonna hop right into it because this Kamala Sexuals got a lot of explaining to do. And we're gonna start off with which one is it? I think it's this one. It's the Q. No, it's not it. That's the left. Okay, where is this damn Q at? Sorry, I got again 1,001 freaking windows open. It's hard to keep up with everything. This is Q. Okay, here it is. Let's try this again. Okay, I should be able to hear it now. Just public so many people. I should be typing in.
I intend to fight for Black Lives Matters. I intend to fight.
If Black Lives matter to her, why didn't I matter?
I don't agree what my Kamala Harris did to my mom. And I don't agree with what she's done to other parents as well.
My message to all Americans, especially Black Americans, do not trust Kamala Harris.
I'm so proud of you right now because you walked all the way down here and I wasn't expecting you to walk.
My daughter, Shayla, suffers from sickle cell anemia, a chronic, painful genetic disease.
As a prosecutor and law enforcement, I have a huge stick.
It's a very sharp stabbing pain and it hurts a whole lot. Like from my chest all the way down, it hurts, including my side.
So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
When Kamala Harris was the California Attorney General, she had me arrested and prosecuted because my handicapped daughter was sick in the hospital and had missed some days of school.
I spent a majority of my time here at the hospital.
Kamala's horrible policies hurt mothers like me and the Black community. My name is Sheree Peoples, and this is my story. I am a single mother. I've worked as a certified nursing assistant and a caregiver. My daughter Shayla was born in 2002. When she was born, she was diagnosed with sickle cell anemia. It affects all major organs in the body and also causes extreme pain. Her whole life, she has been on medications like morphine and Dilaudid to help her control the pain. In addition, she had to undergo blood transfusions every 3 weeks. My lifestyle became taking care of her almost full time. It is pretty typical for kids with Shayla disability to miss a lot of school.
I just got out of school. I've done 3 full days this week. Oh, I'm so tired.
And for years, the teachers were aware of her condition and her absences were all excused. California schools get their state and federal funding based off of average daily attendance. Schools are paid about $30 per student per day.
In San Francisco, we threatened the parents of truants with prosecution.
I first heard of Kamala Harris when she got elected California Attorney General.
We are putting parents on notice. We are going to make sure that you face the full force and consequences of the law.
She wrote a report saying truancy was costing California schools $1.4 billion a year in funding.
Because of truancy, California public schools lose $1.4 billion a year in funding. I want money.
Kamala then wrote a law making it criminal for parents if their kids miss school time. Kamala even wrote a book called Smart on Crime.
You can read an excerpt from the book that she just plugged shamelessly. It's called Smart on Crime.
Talking about arresting parents for truancy.
I sent a letter on my letterhead out to every parent in the public school system.
In 2012, like all California parents, I received a threatening letter from Kamala Harris saying we'll go to jail for a year if our kids even miss 10% of school days. It was like a crazy intimidation tactic.
I'm going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
I thought, wow, this woman doesn't have any empathy. Is it because she's not a mother? I also thought, how could she not understand it would disproportionately affect people of color, single Black mothers? But honestly, I didn't imagine it could affect me. Her teachers had her medical records from the middle. I even had a 504 plan, which was an agreement between the school district and the parents to provide care for students with disabilities. It was April 18th, 2013, in the morning. I'm in my pajamas. I had just fed my daughter, gave her her medications, sent her off to school. Little did I know, there was a warrant out for my arrest. All of a sudden, the police is outside my house, and they started banging on the door. I opened up my door, and 2 officers entered my home. They told me I was under arrest for my child missing school. They said I was going to jail. I was shocked. I said, but my baby is sick. The school knows that. And they said, go talk to Kamala Harris. Place your hands behind your back.
My mom did nothing wrong. We did everything we were supposed to. I was always bringing doctor's notes, always calling the school to let them know that I was in the hospital.
Then they handcuff me. So they take me outside for what you call a perp walk. And oh my God, the TV news was there. The newspapers were there. You could swear I had killed somebody. It was degrading and humiliating. I was taken to the Criminal Justice Center. They took my mugshot. I was fingerprinted like a criminal, and I was terrified.
And it felt like I caused her so much pain because in reality, it is because of me, even though I know it's not directly my fault. Sorry.
The next day, the Orange County Register showed the pictures of my arrest. They even had a close-up picture of my hands in handcuffs to show here's a Black mother being arrested.
It was a truancy rate at over 2.5 times that of white students.
Everyone knew most truant kids were Black. I think Kamala Harris wanted me as an example to threaten other single Black mothers, like this can happen to you if you don't get your kids in class. The police even put out a press release naming me and other Black single mothers like Toya Daniels who got arrested the same day. But my hell was just beginning. They gave me 2 charges: failure to supervise and encourage school attendance, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. I couldn't believe it. They framed my daughter as a gang member and basically charged me with neglect. I spent the next 2 years in court fighting these charges. Kamala assigned her nastiest prosecutors to my case.
My homicide prosecutors, my gang prosecutors. And they went over there and I said, when you go over there, look really mean.
Like 10 different prosecutors. They kept pressuring me to plead guilty and spend a year in jail, but I kept refusing because I did nothing wrong. All the time I had to spend going to court, I was struggling to care for my Shayla. I lost my job and couldn't pay rent, and we got evicted. I became homeless. We had to move into a motel.
And I ended up being in the hospital a lot during her trial. And in that hospital stay was when I had my stroke. I had a stroke about 4 or 5 days ago. And right now I'm doing pretty good. My hand is doing okay, I guess.
In 2015, after 2 years, they finally just gave up and dismissed my case. In 2018, the Supreme Court of California ruled that truancy cannot be punished by incarceration. It was unconstitutional. The courts finally stopped Kamala Harris' abuses. When I look back, I ask, why did Kamala Harris arrest me? Why would Kamala kept saying she was Indian?
To become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good. What we're going to cook today is an Indian recipe.
Yes.
Because you are Indian.
Yes. And I learned she grew up in Canada, not in the United States, and went to a wealthy high school. I think in Canada, she must not have been exposed to American values, which respects the rights of individuals. When Kamala Harris ran for president in 2019, they asked her about arresting people like me, and she just lied her ass off.
The truancy program got a lot of criticism too. Did you actually lock anybody up?
No, we never locked anybody up. We never sent a parent to jail. And no parent went to jail. And we did prosecute some cases, but far few, only about 20.
It's ironic because Kamala helped raise money to bail out murderers, rioters, and thieves. But she thought I belonged in jail because I had a handicapped child. To me, Kamala is fake. She just repeats stupid things like unburdened.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
I found out she only became Attorney General because she was a mistress to the married San Francisco Mayor, Willie Brown. And today I see she tries appealing to Black audiences by putting on fake urban accents.
And we're gonna do it again in 2024.
Black people are very down to earth. This is insulting to us.
You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Kamala, how stupid do you think we are? And I saw Kamala's Twitter photo. That's from like 20 years ago. She's 60 years old today. Even with the heavy makeup, you can see she's 60. I've seen her pretending to be talking on the phone, avoiding the press. She's a terrible actress. She was calling young people stupid.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
With Kamala, we can't even say Merry Christmas.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we?
The laugh is so insincere.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? We have to stay woke. Like, everybody needs to be woke. And yeah, I am radical.
All this woke and radical stuff doesn't do anything for me as a single Black mother. All it got me was inflation that hurt me and my kids. Grocery store prices are crazy. I can't pay for food on my income.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
Black people has been in America for 400 years, but Kamala pushes us to the back of the line behind illegals. Why? As borders are. She just filling up our schools with kids who don't speak English just so they can get more government money. Illegals get free health care, but I have to pay. They get free housing, and I'm struggling to pay rent.
Are undocumented immigrants that are the least likely to commit a crime.
And it's more dangerous in our neighborhood. We don't need Venezuelan gangs.
To this day, at 22 years old, I suffer from full paralysis on my right arm and partial in my right leg.
Kamala Harris owes me an apology and my daughter an apology for what she did to us.
Let's be clear, my values have not changed.
Look, I am not a political person, but I want people to know what Kamala Harris has did to me. If she do it to me, she will abuse anyone if you give her the power.
Don't give her the power. That brought us bad news. Me and Shabaka both been warning y'all since we've been on the air on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. For the past 9 years, we've been warning you on how bad this broad is. But our people are hard-headed. They got to believe it to see it. So there it is from the horse's mouth. This is one of the sisters, what's her name, Cherie. She told her story about being arrested for truancy when Kamala Harris was the district attorney, not the district attorney, when she was the attorney general of California. And she arrested a lot of black people when she was the district attorney of San Francisco County. She did nothing to prosecute the killers of both Mario Woods and Oscar Grant or Rekia Boyd or any other black people that were killed during her reign of terror in California. So that brought us bad news. She means us no good, and she's definitely not like us. Thank you. Yeah, she's worse than the Nightmare on Elm Street. Freddy Krueger. She ain't got nothing on Freddy Krueger. I heard somebody call her Leatherface. This might be more akin to Leatherface than Freddy Krueger, but either way, she's bad news, y'all. Thank you, twin. Yeah, one of my Facebook friends shared that with me. So now, these cop molosexuals, these cop molo supporters, are trying to come at our FBA sister, Janet Jackson, y'all. The audacity. Because Janet Jackson was basically asked if she was going to support Kamala, and she was like, no, she's not black. So it's all over Twitter, y'all. These damn Democratic shills such as D.L. Hughley and others are trying to say, she got that nose job, so she don't really know what she's talking about. She ain't black now either. And it's like, y'all crazy as hell. Like, the Jacksons are FBA to the fullest. And for y'all to sit up here and be supporting this cosplaying East Brahmin Indian, it's just shameful. Yeah, I mean, she did marry a white man. I don't consider her a traitor, though. I mean, she did a lot of stuff for black people. She did a lot more than Kamala. That's for damn sure. We all remember Rhythm Nation. We all were 80s and 70s babies in here. We all remember Rhythm Nation. We all remember her advocacy throughout the 80s and 90s on behalf of black issues and black causes. So I wouldn't say she was a traitor. I would say, yeah, she's funny, though. She's an entertainer. I mean, that's what they do. They're supposed to make you laugh. They're supposed to entertain you. She's not running for president. Kamala is. So how these Democratic shills is coming at Janet is unfounded and unneeded and just a waste of freaking time, if you ask me. The woman's not black. Y'all keep trying to cosplay her as black all you want. She's not. So yeah, they're crazy as hell trying to come at Janet Jackson like that. Also remember she married an Arab man too. Yeah, she did do that. Yeah, she I believe she's a devout Muslim now, but that still don't take away from her contributions to the black community. She said, "Can you send me?" Oh, yes. Melanie said, "Can I please send a shout out to Joseph Martin? He just walked out on the job at King Soopers at the store at 139 on Peoria, just past I live. They left him alone and stocked the entire store. Ooh. So he was an employee there and he just walked out. Man, you know damn well she couldn't get with one of us. Hell no. She couldn't. Yeah, I don't think Joe would have allowed that. You know, Jackson's is something else, but still, it don't take away from their contribution to our community over the decades. So I'm gonna go to the next topic, and that is these Democratic Shills trying to come at our sister Janet Jackson, our FBA sister Janet Jackson. Like, let me see if I can pull up what they were saying on Twitter. Sorry, what they were saying on Twitter first. I'm trying to pull this up. Got 1,001 windows open. Pull that article up so y'all can see it. Here it is, right here. Oh, that's one of them. It's another article though. What's the other article there? Yeah, so they try to make her apologize. She doubled down on her reps, said she dismisses the fake apology to Kamala Harris. And I don't blame her. She shouldn't have to apologize for telling the truth. That woman is not black. And she's definitely not FBA black. So how dare they come at our sister like that? Janet Jackson says what she said. She is Black American, and no one can govern who we say we are. We say it's not Black American, right? Let's see this was I don't know what the hell Spock is. He said he was watching Love basketball. It was at the very end of it, so he should be joining us here shortly. I really wanted him to hear that, watch that video though, because he'd be like, yep, this is everything I've been saying for the past decade. Okay. Breaking news, Janet Jackson has not apologized for a motherfucking thing. Good. God damn it, what is this? So much stuff on Twitter, it's ridiculous. Okay, so we are pushing the hashtag I stand with Janet. I'm trying to pull the article up. So they're trying to say that Janet Jackson is a conspiracy theorist, a right-wing conspiracy theorist, because she's basically telling it like the TI is, that Kamala Harris is not black. And these Democratic Shills are trying to come at her and us as a whole for questioning her blackness or non-blackness, because the broad is from East, her family's from East India. They're from India. They're from the Brahmin class, which is the upper echelon class of India. Okay, here it is. All right, so this is from Twitter, and it says Janet Jackson claims Kamala Harris, or Kamala Harris, whatever the hell her damn name is, isn't black, says dad is actually white. Now there's a letter from her dad, Kamala Harris's dad, that literally says that he's not identified as a black man at all. So that's the next thing I'm gonna show y'all. So they're calling it election disinformation. These Democratic Shills ain't got nothing better to do. Shout out to Dewan B because he was the first one that put this out on Twitter. Janet Jackson tells interviewers she's heard Kamala Harris is not black, echoing they're calling election disinformation, which is a lie. It's not disinformation. That woman's not black. The pop star discussed the vice president's background as part of a press conference promoting the second leg of her Together tour in Europe. So I can find a video for y'all so y'all can hear it from her directly. But now they're trying to come at her brothers, both Tito and Michael, which is bullcrap. Look, this is where Kamala's from, y'all. India. Her family's from India. Sorry, y'all. So much stuff on Twitter. Okay, so here we go. This is straight from her daddy, right? It says Reflections of a Jamaican Father by Donald J. Harris. That's her dad. As a child growing up in Jamaica, I often heard it said by my parents and family, friends, remember where y'all come from. To this day, I continue to retain the deep social awareness and strong sense of identity, which that grassroots Jamaican philosophy fed in me. As a father, I naturally sought to develop the same sensibility in my two daughters. Born and bred in America, meaning they are tether anchor babies, Kamala was the first in line to inhabit the planet. Maya came 2 years later and had the advantage of an older sibling as a mentor. It is for them to say truthfully now, not me, what, if anything, of value they carried from their early experience into adulthood. My one big regret is that they did not know, or my one big regret is that they did not come to know very well the two most influential women in my life, Miss Krista Crosty, Miss Iris, as everyone called them. This is in many ways a story about these women and the heritage they gave us. My roots go back within my lifetime to my paternal grandmother, Miss Christina Brown, descendant of Hamilton Brown, who is on record as plantation and slave owner and founder of Brownstown, and to my maternal grandmother, Miss Iris Fergan, farmer and educator from Aon Town in Venice, ancestry unknown to me. The Harris name comes from my paternal grandfather, Joseph Alexander Harris, landowner and agricultural produce importer, mostly pimento or allspice, who died in 1939, 1 year after I was born, and is buried in the churchyard of magnificent Algerian, I can't pronounce this word right, Legion Church, which Hamilton Church Brown built in Brownstown, and where as a child I learned Cadianism, I think he learned the Catholicism, was baptized and confirmed, and served as a acolyte. Both of my grandparents had the strongest influence on my early upbringing, not to exclude, of course, the influence of my dear mother, Miss Barrow, and loving mother, Miles Oscar. Miss Chastity was a disciplinarian, reserved and stern in look, firm with a strap, but capable of most enduring and genuine acts of love, affection, and care. Nowhere in there does it say that they were Black Jamaicans, descendants of Africans, Afro-Jamaicans, none of that. In fact, it says that they were slave owners. They descend from slave owners and plantation owners. So y'all Democratic Shills just need to give it up already. The bra's not black. Yeah, keep trying to paint her black all you want, but she's not black. And shout out to Richard Islam. He just got married too. That was his, some of the video from his wedding. But yeah, that bra's not black. She is not black. Alright, so that's my Twitter. Let me stop sharing the Twitter and go back to YouTube. Tariq just covered this on his live stream. So I'm gonna try to play some of that about Kamala Harris. Too Raw for TV. Let me play Too Raw for TV real quick.
You may recall recently she had an interview, and I think it was an interview to BuzzFeed where the actual topic was about her ongoing tour, her Together Again tour, which will conclude next month. The interviewer shifted the conversation to the 2024 presidential election. And you can make an argument that the interviewer may have been setting Janet Jackson up for this, hoping that she'd say something controversial. But whatever, that's speculation on my part. So it was the interviewer that shifted the interview to the election. The interviewer, who was a woman, I'm assuming it may have been a black woman, but I'm not certain of that, said that this country can make history by electing its first black female president. To which Janet Jackson voiced that she had heard that Kamala was not really black, saying that she thought that her father was white and that she wasn't really black, that she was Indian, etc., etc. This caused a firestorm on social media. People publicly denounced her. You got DL Hughley now going at her, saying she can't sing and all this type of stuff. It's funny, man. The Democratic Party put these guys on their payroll, or if not the Democratic Party, different what's what I'm looking for? Different organizations that are affiliated with the Democratic Party will put these guys on the payroll, and they just go complete bulldog for the Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's bullshit when people say, "Oh man, I don't believe in organizations," or "I don't, follow organizations." Bullshit. Black people are the biggest and the most ardent defenders of the Democratic Party, or the Democrats, whatever you want to call them. That's bull. Yes, you are. The Democratic Party has no more loyal people for the last 60 years than the Democratic Party, and you get nothing in return. Well, some people get trinkets, but it's nothing to be proud of for the most part. Not us anyway. But anyway, through her manager, Mo El-Masri, Jackson walked back her statement saying, quote, well, actually, she says, she deeply respects Harris's accomplishments as a black and Indian woman, making it clear that she's both, and saying that she understands the importance of accurate representation of facts in public discourse. Now, I do believe that when you're in a public forum, you should be accurate, or at least strive to be accurate. But there are times when we say things that are not correct. Sometimes it's the source that we're using that's not correct. I do that sometimes when I'm wishing people happy birthday. They come to find out the social's wrong and their birthday was 2 days ago or last month. These things happen. I think the difference should be, or the qualifier should be in these situations when you are going to go after somebody, is intent. I don't think Janet Jackson meant to be malicious when she said what she said. Okay? But people were damn sure malicious going after her. After all that Janet Jackson and her family has contributed to music over the past 50 years, 50 plus years actually, for all of their efforts, for the past 55 years that the Jackson family has put out there as far as music, yes, they've enriched themselves. But that's common with the capitalistic society. People shouldn't have to be punished for being rich. That's BS. You know what I'm saying? Like every person that's black and they're rich, somehow they become the enemy of the black community. As if we embrace being poor. And if you become rich, then somehow that you lose authenticity as being black. I can't stand that. Yeah, there are people who sell out the black community for profit. But in this country, you cannot be Mr. Super Poor Black militant and rich at the same time. It's just not going to happen. It's not. There are going to be times when you're going to have to bite your tongue and sometimes not speak out about certain things. Okay? That's just the reality. Or, you know what I'm saying? You just can't strive to be rich because even these rappers, you know, they're always quiet when it comes to talking about certain things.
Exactly.
But that don't mean that you still can't do things outside the press's scope and contribute to your community. But, you know, that's a whole other video for another day. Look, we can all get on here and talk about what should be done or whatever, but at the end of the day, there's a difference between talking and doing. All right. Let me get to the point, though. This still don't take away from the fact that we don't know Kamala Harris. I'm sorry, we don't know her. And part of the reason why Janet Jackson was fell victim to misinformation is because we don't know her, because she won't go out there and clarify what the fuck she's about. She won't do it.
Right.
She won't do it. Look, most vice presidents who've run for the presidency. You know, Joe Biden was a former vice president, but he didn't run in 2016 after Obama, but still. We all know who Joe Biden is. We know him. You know his record. Just trying to go back to vice presidents. Al Gore, when he ran in 2000, we knew Al Gore. We knew his record. He was visible in the Clinton administration. Bush, when he ran in 88, we knew George Bush. He had been in the public eye for decades. We knew of him. He was active in the Reagan administration. Okay? Walter Mondale, when he ran in 84, we knew him. We knew his record. He was active in the Carter administration. We don't know Kamala. Kamala Harris was an obscure senator. Yeah, you can say she was history making as far as her ethnicity, but as far as her accomplishments and her being in the public eye politically, we don't know her. We didn't know her in 2019, which is partially why she got 8% of the vote in the California primary in 2020. When she was picked with VP, we didn't really know her. A lot of that was just anti-Trump sentiment that got Joe Biden into the White House. We don't really know her as VP because for most of the last 3.5 years, outside of the border czar thing, she's been put on ice. We don't know this woman. Barack Obama, when he ran in 2008, we didn't really know Barack Obama either. I'm going to bring back some memories here. We didn't know who Barack Obama was in 2007. If you remember, most black people still were back in the Clintons up until the South Carolina primary because we didn't know Barack Obama. They weren't trying to shove Barack Obama down our throats. We were looking at him, okay, You know, this is a smooth brother. Good on the stump. Good political skills. Good ideas. Is he real? Is he, and also, is he authentic? Now, we were, and I believe most of us will agree with this, disappointed with many of his actions or non-actions as president when it comes to Black people. Oftentimes condescending, afraid to tackle issues, whatever. But in 2007, 2008, we were getting to know him. We looked at his background, community organizing. He embraced his Black heritage, identified as a Black man, beautiful Black wife. I don't care what none of you ninjas say. Michelle Obama's a knockout in my eyes. Beautiful Black family. Yeah. In hindsight, it was messed up that he threw Farrakhan and Jeremiah right under the bus. But, you know, we gave him the benefit of the doubt. We were saying, like, look, man, politically, he got to do certain things to get in. But we eventually got to know him. Plus, he went through the grind of going against the Clinton machine in all 50 states and their territories and came out on top. She's been handed everything. Nobody voted for her in his primaries. So they just push her out there sometime in July and said, hey, and vote for her because we tell you to. No. And then she won't say what she is.
That's exactly
in the debate. When asked about her ethnicity, she didn't even acknowledge the question, pass on, I don't want to answer that. Then she does all this tokenism. Speak to a Black crowd. You better thank a union member. You put on the Black cadence and eating, you know, grits and whatever the hell it was, greens, and claiming she washed collars in the bathtub and dancing and shucking and jiving. That's the most lowest common denominator crap that you could pull to try to get us to vote for you. But yet somehow something's wrong with me and others because we're not sold on her.
Right.
And no, to the slow-witted ones in the back row, that doesn't mean we have to vote for Donald Trump.
Right.
No, doesn't mean we're Trump supporters, which are very narrow, atherosclerotic, clogged brain cells. Doesn't mean that. It just means we're not sold on her. And sorry, we fell for the banana in the tailpipe once before with Barack Obama. Nope.
Yep, she's a Democratic.
So part of this is Kamala's fault herself. Sorry, but it is. You know what I mean? Not to mention the fact that she's a cop who put a lot of Black people in prison unjustly.
Yep.
Used truancy laws to terrorize women, in particular Black women. But look who the biggest demographic supported her. But it don't make any difference. Look, I've had female subscribers who, when I go on LeBron James. But all of a sudden, they unsubscribe from me because I'm criticizing Kamala. So they're showing their true colors, you know what I'm saying? Pun intended. But anyway, that's all I got to say on this one, man. Keep your head up, Jared Jackson. You know what I'm saying? They're bullying out they're trying to bully you into submitting to what they want you to say. You know what I'm saying? I thought this is a country full of free speech. You know what I'm saying? A country where we're supposed to have free speech. You know, I remember it's funny because when I was growing up, most of the people on the left always told me how people on the right are always trying to control free speech, and that is true. A lot of them do. You know, the old shut up and dribble crowd. But don't act like the left is so embracing of free speech too, especially if it doesn't, what you're saying doesn't correlate or correspond with their agenda. You know, they can be just as vicious. Now I have to say honestly, since the Obamas left, remember they said when the opposition go low, we go high? Shit, that's out the window now. The left is even nastier than the right. But anyway, that's all I got to say about it.
thank you to Raw for TV. Make sure y'all check him out. Palmetto Star, Chief Ford on social media. Yeah, so I agree with majority of what he said, except the part about Janet Jackson issuing an apology. Actually, Janet Jackson doubled down and said, no, that bra's not black, and y'all need to stop trying to make her black. And let me see if I can get her words verbatim. It says from Yahoo Entertainment, says Janet Jackson has not taken back her comments on Kamala Harris's race. So there's Janet. Says according to TMZ, Jackson has not walked back to her misinformed remarks. These monks, it's not misinformed, this is goddamn true. A person known as Mo Elsmazy, who claimed to be the singer's manager to BuzzFeed, issued an apology on her behalf, saying that Janet deeply respects Vice President Kamala Harris and her accomplishments as a black and Indian woman. And then they added, Janet apologized for any confusion caused and acknowledges the importance of accurate representation in public discourse. However, Janet's representatives have now dismissed the apology, noting that Elsmazy, I'm just going to call it Elsmazy, has absolutely no connection to the singer, and that her only manager is her brother, Randy Jackson. So this means that Jackson has yet to issue an actual apology for her comments on Harris's race. What did Janet Jackson say about Kamala Harris? In her Guardian interview, Jackson, while admitting she wasn't well informed, speculated about Harris's family background and the race of her father. She said, well, you know what they supposedly said, she's not black. That's what I heard, that she's Indian. After the interviewer clarified that Harris is both black and South Asian descent, the 5-time Grammy winner took things a step further by claiming the vice president's father is white. Her father's white, Jackson stated. That's what I was told. I mean, I haven't watched the news in a few days. I was told they discovered her father was white. Which is true. This dude is actually descendant of Irish slave owners. So there it is. So they can't say, oh, you're just making this up or you're putting words in her mouth. Nope. That's what she said. So now, like I said, social media is in a frenzy behind this. And now they're trying to come out her sister again. Like I said, and like she said, she doubled down. So are black people counseling Janet Jackson over Kamala Harris or Kamala Harris or whatever the hell her damn name is, Harris? So shout out to Sincere Love to God. He's going to give us an update on this.
Well, there's all this child trafficking crap that's going on and sex trafficking crap. You know what? That did the interview with our sister Janet Jackson. for the Guardian, right? It was the Guardian.
It is the Guardian. It's the Guardian.
So it was one of Kamala's fellow. What do you call it?
Indians.
Somebody from her heritage.
Yeah, an Indian.
It was one of her kin folks. How you say her name?
Nasheen. No, I can't say that last name. No.
Let me see if let me give it a try.
Iqbal.
Nasheen Iqbal. I think I'm saying it right. Nasheen Iqbal. She's the one that did the interview, and it seemed like a hit piece to me.
It was
just based on even the headline and all that. You know what I'm saying? It was like they kind of like they were trying to set her up. Like it didn't seem like a glowing article about the return of Janet Jackson. You know what I'm saying? It didn't give the proper respect that is due to somebody like a Janet Jackson. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. But you got the Guardian article pulled up?
No, I don't. Let me pull it. And what's crazy too is how she worded it. You know, she asked an open-ended question, and she was like about her being Black, and she said, "I don't know. I heard that her father was white or something like that." That's pretty much the long and short of it. So she never came out dissing Kamala or questioning her Blackness, if there's any. But she did basically speak on what she heard, and that was it. And that's where the uproar started. World War III began because of that.
I think they changed the headline actually.
I'm looking for it.
The headline says, I should have listened to those. It's a quote. Even that headline is like, huh?
Oh, there it is.
But
yeah.
I thought I saw a different headline when I looked at it earlier.
Yeah,
Damn, is my audio good?
Yeah, you're fine for now. My thing is, if we're talking about, you know, motherhood and taking back control and all these things of her career, I'm assuming, you know, life stuff, whatever. Why did Kamala come up? Why are we asking about Kamala?
Yeah, I don't even know why they asked her that question. What that had to do with anything? It's like, you know, it's like when Usher was on The View last week or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He's there to promote whatever he got going on, and you know they try to put him on the spot. Well, don't you think everybody should be supporting Kamala right now? I mean, yeah. Usher was like, "Whoa, I don't really get into all that."
Right.
People vote who they want to vote for. You know, I ain't really here to push nobody's campaign. I didn't get a check. I didn't get a check from Kamala and them. So
period. And if I did, so, but my thing is too, they get upset when people bring up her not being Black, yet you are race, period. But yet you guys are the ones who keep bringing up her race or ethnicity. Mm-hmm. So we have the right to, you know, see with our own eyes what we see. We don't know a lot about her father at all because he's never, you know, they don't wheel him out. She doesn't do much talking about him. But you guys keep talking about her race and ethnicity, so we have an opinion about it. Right.
Yeah, it's kind of gaslighting. It's kind of a gaslighting thing that they do. And like you said, the details are real sketchy about her background, especially her father's background. You know what I'm saying? I'll say this though, and this is me, just based on what I have seen and learned about her father's background. You got some Black in him. You know what I'm saying? We know that he's a descendant of Irish slave owners as well. But he obviously got some Black Jamaican in him also. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that.
I disagree.
I'm saying that.
I disagree. We don't.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay. Fine. Y'all, that's arguing about that and putting people in a position like what they did with Janet is just a way to kind of dismiss people. You know what I'm saying? That's a way to just discredit and dismiss people. Like, oh, you sound like MAGA. You know, you're listening to these right wing talking points. You're pushing right wing talking points. That's an easy way to just brush people aside and kind of discredit their opinions if they have a negative opinion of Kamala Harris or the Democrats in general. Or
Well,
you
what's
just
negative
pushing
about
MAGA?
saying she's not black, though? Because I don't feel like that's negative either. You know, she is who she is.
Janet didn't say anything negative.
That's what I'm saying, but I'm saying people in general saying, or anything that Indian woman or whatever. What's negative about that?
That Janet didn't say nothing negative. She didn't diss Kamala at all.
No.
She was asking questions in reality. She was kind of just asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she was like, I don't know. From what I heard, she's not really black, is she? Like, you know, they said her father's white. Like, I don't know if it's true, but that's what I heard. I don't be watching the news like that, you know, but that's what I heard.
So my thing is, for the Shillbillies, why didn't you guys read the article instead of attacking her? Because clearly she said nothing wrong.
Right. And I just read,
they read it
for y'all, so they can't say.
They read it, and I'm gonna scroll down to where they talk to that part, and I'm gonna read it for y'all.
I read it for you.
For those of y'all that didn't read it, let me scroll down. Y'all can chop it up while I'm looking for this.
All right, well, again,
who else was? What other prominent people was out there attacking
honestly,
Janet
there
on
wasn't
Twitter?
really anyone prominent, to be honest. It was more, you know, a bunch of tethers and stuff like that, but someone that really has any prominence or a real voice, I haven't seen. I haven't even seen what's his name, bowling ball head, say anything. The loudest mouth on the topic has been DL for me.
Yeah, that's what I've seen too.
And he decided, you know, to start the disrespect.
Oh, Roland said something?
No, I haven't seen anything that he has said. But you know, Roland has me blocked too, y'all. Roland has me blocked. And no one has shared anything that I can see, but he has me blocked.
He has me blocked too.
Yeah, because I don't know if it was on my end or what, but you was breaking up a little bit when you was talking.
No. Let me make sure I don't have any tabs open. Hold on. And I do a lot of them. So let me
forward a little bit, y'all.
Of Kamala acknowledging her Indian heritage, her, you know, Asian heritage, whatever. But I don't hear her ever outwardly and loudly and proudly say that she's a black woman. I have not heard that.
I have.
I hear her.
I hadn't heard it. I hadn't heard it until she tried to run for president in 2019. Up until then, she was East Indian, everything. Let me show y'all something real quick, because these damn Democratic Shills was a trip. When the broad was running for office in California, there was no mention of her being any kind of black. In fact, it was all South Asian. I'll show y'all this real quick. I posted this on my Facebook page earlier. Now look at this, y'all. These are all the articles that came out about this broad. Oops. When she was running for office in California, right? So, one of them, when she was running for Senate, it says Indian American Kamala Harris creates history, wins U.S. Senate seat. All these articles, do any of these articles say anything about her being black? The only one that even mentions anything black related is Caribbean American, but even that's very broad and ambiguous. Kamala Harris poised to be the first Indian American senator. I'm trying to zoom in, but this says it's harder. Let's see it clearly. Let's close this out. There we go. This other headline says, the one in the corner where it says, California, Kamala Harris first Indian American to win the U.S. Senate seat. The 115th Congress is history making for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Kamala Harris poised to be the first Indian American senator. All Indian American. South Asian Indian American. This is the only one I see from 2017. It says Caribbean American Kamala Harris sworn in as the U.S. Senator of California. And like I said, even that's broad and ambiguous because you don't read Caribbean. It doesn't just mean black. There's Indian, East Indian, Jamaican, or Caribbeans. There's British Jamaicans or British Caribbeans. You gotta think all these places were colonized. So all these people aren't necessarily black or identify as black. But there's people that's darker than me that don't consider themselves black. And they will try to fight you and argue you to death to say that they're not black, they're anything but black. So there's that. I'm gonna go back to Sincere Love of God's video on this topic.
I hear everyone else saying it, and she might agree, but she doesn't
She
say
said-
I'm a black woman.
East Indian.
She says she's black more than one time.
She
has. She says she's African American. She says she's black. She says she's proud to be black. She has said that. And I know a lot of people. She's not a foundational Black American. She has said that though. I'm saying that because I've seen that, so I'm gonna be honest. I have heard her say it in interviews and stuff like that. She said it on the Breakfast Club when she was talking to Charlamagne. She said she's black and she's proud to be black. There's even older articles from, when she was running for Senate and all of that before her presidential campaign, where she identified as being black or African American. I have seen that, so I ain't gonna lie on the lady.
You gotta show and prove, Sincere.
You know what I'm saying? But what I will say is, she only does it when it's convenient, when it's politically expedient. When it's politically expedient, oh yeah, she'll acknowledge it when she needs a black vote or something.
Right. So what does
You know
her
what I'm
black? What does her black then have to do with us? And what we need is foundational Black Americans as it pertains to policy.
That's the question. That's the real question. And that's the thing when I would say to the Janet Jacksons and these other celebrities, when y'all get out there doing these interviews and they throw that stuff at you, you don't have to go back and forth with them about whether she's actually black or not. The question is, what is her blackness going to do for black people?
That's it.
Since she's so black, okay, how does that benefit black people?
Right.
That's the real
Because with
question.
Obama, it didn't benefit us.
Right.
He was just black for 8 years. That's all.
Right, and that's a symbolism.
She says Michael Jackson got in Trump after being interviewed by a Pakistani, and now Janet after being interviewed by an Indian. Good point. Good point. And I don't know what this woman is. She might be Pakistani or something too. I don't know where she's from.
Right. I don't know. And I couldn't find a husband, by the way.
He dual alliances.
Okay. FBA Chill Will says, cannot take this laying down. Enough is enough with shaming us. Janet is an icon who just lost another brother, right? And should not have been dissed like this. I'm with Janet. Right. I feel you on that.
With her. And it was disrespectful. I don't even recall, DL ever sending the family any condolences or anything. And a lot of these interviews, they're probably privy to the information before it comes out anyway. So they've already, got their attack dogs waiting in the wind, for when things, get released. And you notice they haven't posted anything else about this interview, just that one part.
Right. That's the only viral part of the video. And this is supposed to be, the Guardian covering Janet's comeback.
Right.
So this is a sabotage move here.
It was.
This was intended to sabotage her comeback. You know what I'm saying? So I would say, those of y'all who feel like how I feel and support Janet, even though we know she got to come out and make an apology and stuff like that. She got to play the game. That's expected. We know that, and I think she already did that, right? But
so she said it. They say that she has issued an apology, but that's through her spokesman. I don't think Janet apologized. Her people said they're sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They gotta play the game. But if y'all feel like how I feel and you rocking with Janet through this, make sure y'all go stream her music. Go run them streams up on Janet's music. Let her know that we still rocking with her. She's not canceled because they try to use their media to create reality out of whole cloth. Most people are not feeling like Janet should be canceled, even if they do think she said something disrespectful or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's not a cancelable event for an icon like Janet Jackson.
Right.
No. And again, she was asked a question. She spoke on what she heard. She never accused her of not being Black. She never said she wasn't Black. It's just what I heard.
Oh yeah. Oh
And
yeah, she got that bag out of old boy.
Clearly, she don't know her personally to know what she is or not.
Right. Marquis zoned out said, "Isn't Janet Jackson's husband Arab separated?" Now they divorced. They divorced. She got that bag up out of him.
Oh yeah, she got a huge bag.
Yeah, she got that bag up out of him. 500 million or something like that, plus alimony and something like that. Yeah. She pulled the Michael Jackson move right there.
Yeah, she did.
You know what I'm saying? That was a good. All she had to do was stay married for 5 years and have a child.
Yep.
And she was eligible. She was eligible for $500,000 plus some.
Right, and she filed divorce the day after that 5-year mark. By the way.
Yeah, that was a business move.
Right.
And we understand marriage is business. Marriage is supposed to be business.
Right.
So that was a business move right there. That's a fair exchange as far as I'm concerned. His child is royalty now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
On both sides.
Right. He said she moonwalked away with the jackpot. So the interviewer said, "I'm floored at this point." After she made the comments about Kamala's father, she said, "I'm floored at this point. It's well known that Harris's father is a Jamaican economist, a Stanford professor who split from her Indian mother when she was 5. Quote, my mother understood very well that she was raising 2 Black daughters," Harris wrote in her book, In the Truth World. And so that's the other thing about, as far as Kamala acknowledging her Blackness, a lot of the instances that they point to, like the Breakfast Club interview and that quote right there from the book, those are the main 2 instances that her supporters point to of her acknowledging her Blackness. But both of those were when she was trying to win Black votes.
Right.
Both of those instances, she's on the Breakfast Club trying to appeal to a Black audience, running for president. Same thing with the book. That book came out a couple years ago, 2020 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like y'all bringing up stuff from way back in the days when she was acknowledging her Blackness. She only acknowledged it when it's politically expedient.
For her.
That's
for
it.
Herself. I mean, she definitely rolled a couple of soul poles on her way up, but she definitely didn't marry one with her Black self.
So it says the people who are most vocal in questioning the facts about Harris's identity tend to be hardcore, K9 adjacent, Trump-loving conspiracy theories. That's not true.
It's not true at all.
That's not true because the new Black were the first people out here exposing who Kamala Harris really is, talking about her immigrant background and all of that stuff before she had any right-wing political opponents.
Right.
And like I said before on this broadcast, I always give props to Professor Black Truth because before they even pulled her out, he was exposing it.
Yep.
He was ahead of the curve saying, yo, this gonna be the next melanated face that they're gonna try to put in front of y'all. Before they even did it, before she ever announced running for president or anything, he was already pointing her out. Watch out for this woman right here. And this is who she is. All of the stuff about Willie Brown, all of the stuff about, like I said, her immigrant background, her record as a prosecutor, and attorney general. He was exposing all of that stuff going back to like 2018, 2019, when Obama was still in office, right?
Was she still on? Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
because
so
Trump came in
mind-boggling.
2020, right?
All these supporters.
No.
Where were
Trump came in
y'all?
2016. Trump came in 2016.
Where were they at? Why didn't all these shillbillies and new supporters support her when she ran 3.5 years ago?
Say that.
She couldn't even make it to the primaries. Where was all this black girl magic, and black support then? Why would y'all pick the white man over her then?
That brought out the paint then.
That's what I'm saying. When she first ran for president, her campaign crashed and burned so quick.
Mm-hmm.
She got washed in the primaries.
Washed.
She was not popular at all. Now all of a sudden y'all trying to tell us she's some type of black history icon and all of this crap out of nowhere. Everybody all of a sudden is in love with her. She was the least popular vice president of all time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But
couple months ago.
But because y'all Weekend at Bernie's play wasn't going to go through, because if it wasn't for that debate between Trump and Joe Biden would still be the candidate right now. They was going to try to keep him at play. They was not even really trying to bring Kamala out like that. It was going his marbles and shit. They was going to really pull a Weekend at Bernie's move on the American public.
Mm-hmm.
But he got exposed in that debate.
Do you think doing other interviews and stuff like that, not sounding as crazy? I don't think that they had for a long time throughout this presidency. Everybody kept saying, who's going to run next outside of Biden, because he wasn't faring well with people, obviously, due to Ukraine, and any other candidates. Who can run against Trump? Who can run against Trump? And all of
Shabaka, greetings.
Hey, what's going on with your brother Cherry? Greetings to your sister from Las Vegas, Nevada, Sin City.
Yeah, you're super late, Shabaka. I done covered a lot of stuff. So I'm going over the Democratic Shills coming after our sister Janet Jackson.
Oh, really? What's happening with Janet Jackson?
Janet Jackson was asked, said in a recent interview with The Guardian that she didn't think Kamala Harris was black, or she didn't know if she was black or not. She said that her daddy was white, and there's a lot of speculation around her dad and what his lineage is and what he actually is. And I've been on the viewers several articles of Kamala identifying, or the media identifying her as East Indian, or East Indian American, or South Asian. Nothing about black. I think only one article said she was Caribbean American, which doesn't necessarily mean she's black. So it's a lot of ambiguity around it. And then Democratic Shills like D.L. Hughley are trying to come after her, after Janet Jackson, just questioning if the woman was black or not. And then they try to force her to make an apology. Her spokespersons issued out a half-hearted, I guess, apology. And then Janet herself hasn't come out publicly and issued an apology. So it's basically a bunch of hearsay on whether Janet apologized or not. And them Democratic.
I got one word for brother Trey. I call it bullshit.
So who is this? That's Janet. What do you mean, who is this? So I stand with Janet Jackson.
Okay, but what it is though is, like I've stated all along, as long as you've been knowing me, is that we need to pull up out of this bullshit, man, dealing with the dump as in human shit, dealing with Kamala, and we need to focus on economical development. It's because, like I've said, man, I've seen for the last 50 fucking years, man, they do the same shit on us. They take the black vote for granted, okay, just like with Barack Obama. We go out there in droves and vote for Barack Obama. You know what I'm saying? Barack Obama don't do a goddamn thing about these murdering ass race soldiers and policy enforcers. Oh, vote blue no matter who. You know what I'm saying? And Barack Obama is more worried about a homosexual getting ketchup shoved up his ass, talking about he's menstruating, which is an insult to womanhood. Excuse my language, sister. I'm just being real. You know what I'm saying? And what it is, like, we got to be dealing with ourselves and fuck these other groups. Yeah, I said it and I approve of the goddamn message.
Yeah, Shabaka. So, since you were in California all that time, do you ever recall this broad acknowledging herself as black?
Yes, sir. It's because they stated that she was black, but she's a home wrecker. You know what I'm saying? It's because look at her, and she was 30 years old, flat back in the Willie Brown, who was 60, and of course Mrs. Brown divorced his ass for adultery, and rightfully so. Kamala, yes, sir.
I understand what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the media acknowledging her as black. I'm saying her personally. Do you recall her while she was the assistant prosecutor of Alameda County, the assistant attorney of San Francisco County?
Yes, sir.
Attorney
and
General.
the Attorney General. Okay, before she was the senator, I've never heard Kamala Harris stated that I'm a black woman in America, or that she was a black woman in America. You know, I stand corrected on that. No, she never made that statement to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So it wasn't until she ran for president in 2019 that any kind of acknowledgement of blackness even came anywhere in the picture. And we were trying to tell our people back then the broad is bad news. She means
exactly.
She's only black when it's convenient.
Yes, sir.
What is she gonna do for black people? And then we seen in that Breakfast Club interview, or before the Breakfast Club interview, when the Griot interviewed her, and she said, "I'm not gonna do nothing different for black people." No, and just in case y'all forgot what she said back in 2019, 2020, here it is.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No, because.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that because these people were talking about that she said she was black and all this, and I'm like, where, when?
Exactly. And then keep in mind,
go ahead, Shabaka.
Okay, and what I'm saying is, is this sister live with us, or is this a videotape?
This is a video. This is a Sincere Love to God and Nicety Girl. They had interviewed me when I was running for mayor last year.
Oh, okay. So Kamala Harris does not have the interests of black people at heart, just like Barack Obama didn't. At least the fool down there in North Carolina, the dump supporter, the sexual deviant. You see what I'm saying? He's crazy. And what this is, black family, is a contamination. Straight out, it's a contamination. And then what happens is that these white folks go out here and want us to sit up there and believe all this inclusive shit when it does not have nothing to do with our people. Same thing with these damn tethers in the diaspora and on the continent.
Kamala's a goddamn tether, and she stems from nothing but she's a tether anchor herself. Her and her sister are both tether anchor babies.
Yeah, now I don't understand, why was her sister more dark-skinned than she is?
They are some dark East Indians, but that don't necessarily mean they're black. Now they could be melanated, but that don't make them black. See, the thing about blackness is the white man said that you got one drop of black blood and you black. But we, as foundational black Americans since American child slavery freedmen, that term black wasn't used until over here. And like I stated, and we've gotten to it over the years about a lot of us were already here and they reclassified us as black, Negro, colored, et cetera, and that's a discussion for a whole nother day. But
right, because I've been doing extensive research on that. And then, as I stated on other platforms, is that it does a lot of snowing in the continent of North America. On the African continent, it does very, very little snow. Although in South Africa, they had, some snow right there, which is a rarity. So it could be with them tampering with the weather.
Well, I told you that it snows in Africa, Shabaki. I told you that weeks ago. It's just certain parts of Africa it snows, and there's snow on the whole continent of Africa, of course. But again, the whole continent of Africa climate has changed. It wasn't all like the Sahara Desert wasn't always a desert for one. So
yeah, well, most deserts were underwater at one time.
No, but it wasn't even an ocean. It was actually tropical at one time. It was
what?
It was tropical. That's why they have.
Yeah, North Africa is tropical. That's why you got palm trees all over the place, like you have out here in the West.
Yes,
because I've seen.
This is before it was a desert. I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, like the climate that we see today is not the climate of like 10,000 years ago, or 20,000 years ago, or 30,000, or even 100,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it does snow. It snows in Africa, just not all over the continent of Africa.
But it doesn't do like it does in Europe.
Well, Europe is closer to the poles, to the North Pole.
Yeah, like Canada and the Great Lake regions of the United States.
Plus, you got to think about it like this too, Shabaka. On one side of the equator is the winter, and on the other side of the equator is the summer.
Yeah, right, because we're coming up on the autumnal equinox right now, which I think would be Monday. And that means that the days are getting longer below the equator, and the days are going to get shorter above the equator.
Yes, today is the first day of fall. So that means it's the first day of spring in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Now got medical issues, and we're gonna just forget about democracy, right? Because we never voted for this. She never went. She wasn't primaried or anything, and they just pushed her out there, and they told us this is who your Democratic candidate is going to be. We never had the choice.
Sounds like a authoritarianism, totalitarianism to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
But these are the same people that talking about we need to save democracy, we need to preserve democracy. They don't even practice what they preach. They're the biggest damn.
Exactly. Okay, but just tell me, I need a clear definition, man. Because see, when you get old like me, you kind of like forget your basic poli-sci. What is democracy, and where did it originate?
In Europe, basically democracy is you vote for your representatives to represent you. That's still, because Malcolm X said make it plain, so that's making it plain.
Okay.
There's different types of democracy, but here this is not a democracy. They have the idea of a democracy, but it's not a reality. And they show
what you have in the United States, for all practical purposes, Brother Paris, is totalitarianism. This is why they're coming up here with all this AI shit. Just download the app. Just download the app, as it steals all your goddamn personal information, as it jams your cell phone.
Basically, a democracy is a government by the people, so the people vote in the people that they want to represent them. That's the rule of the majority. A government in which the supreme power is vested in the people and exercised by them directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving periodically held free elections.
Free election, what's that? All these motherfuckers are for sale.
Right.
And they pay a great deal of money on advertisement, because I think Kamala has got raised another $78 million to go to her campaign war chest, I believe.
Yes, ridiculous. Shabaka. How is this democracy? We got to raise $1 million plus, $1 billion plus to be the president. So that's the Webster's definition. Now, Oxford says the system of government by the whole population or all the eligible members of a state, typically through elected representatives. Capitalism and democracy are ascendant in the third world. A state government. So it goes all the way back to ancient Greece and ancient Rome.
Well, damn ancient Greece, ancient Rome. We're talking about our people on ancient Africa, Kibbalan. Then there was a third name, Brother Che, that I forgot what it was, but I came across it. It's because, as you know, Africa is from a Portuguese navigator by the name of Africanus.
He was a Roman general named
Africanus?
Yeah, Scorpio Africanus. He was a Roman general that conquered what is now Libya.
Okay. And I think the Libyans got their asses up out of there too. But I have to do some more research on it. Now, Gaddafi, before he was assassinated, he was getting off of the U.S. monetary system, the Eurocentric gold standard, and he was talking about Africa for Africans. And I believe Malcolm X's father, Earl Little, was talking about Africa for the Africans. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because let's be real. This goddamn United States ain't did shit for us. Just as long as we serve in other groups' interests, we're okay. But as soon as we start talking about our interests, you get shit like from Kamala Harris. Oh, I'm not gonna do nothing, especially for black people. No.
But you want the black vote, though.
Yeah. See, that's the part that kills me. That's the part that kills me. You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, Shabaka, just to answer your question,
yes, sir.
It literally says what I just said. What is democracy? Of the people, by the people, for the people? Abraham Lincoln. The word democracy comes from the Greek words demos, meaning people, and kratos, meaning power. So democracy can be thought of as power of the people, a way of government which depends on the will of the people.
Okay, but like I said, that I've stated before, that you're very familiar with, I place very, very low value on homosexuals and pedophiles like the Greeks.
Yeah, Shabaka, I mean, it's a convoluted issue. I mean,
yeah, it is. But, you know, to quote a wise man from Asia, in any given situation, take what is useful, leave what is useless.
We're not exactly told the truth about those people. We just taught what they taught us in a public indoctrination center. So
pretty much.
When you actually look at the scholars that actually went back and studied, you know, the history, like Sheikh Anta Diop and John Hindenburg, Dr. Ben, you come to find out that those people aren't as white as they've been telling us.
Yeah, right.
And actually, some people were black people, or what we consider black people today.
Right, or melanated people would have it, you know, because Dr. Ashwa Kwesi and, as you know, Dr. Claude Anderson have given great lectures on that. And Dr. Claude Anderson, I have to give him to him for his intuitive foresight, as that is going to be everybody's against black folks.
Well, everybody.
Because I was arguing on with some stupid bastard on Twitter.
Because you got black folks that hate black folks. You got
look at that guy running for lieutenant governor down there in North Carolina, talking about they need to bring back slavery.
Yeah,
and he wouldn't mind owning a couple, but the stupid motherfucker don't realize that his black ass could have been a slave too.
Yeah,
And shit like that, man, I pay no mind to. And the reason being, Brother Parrish, is because you'll find out over the years, man, is that this brain death, man, you know, is deep, man, and it's a lot deeper, man, than what I thought. Is because what have happened, man, in the last 25, 30 years, we have regressed. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to progress. You see what I mean?
We got in the 60s that recruiting these tethers,
right,
the African continent and the African diaspora, that they were going to do enforcements to fight against racism, white supremacy, and we can see after 60 years of this, just like voting blue, no matter who, it's not it's nowhere. We regress, like you said. So this is why we're delineating, and shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, because he's the one that told us we are different. We are exceptional people. Nobody is like us, meaning the foundational Black Americans, not descendants of what is it? What do you call yourself, Shabak? You say you're Afro descendant or
No, I'm a diasporic African. And in my time, Brother Che, diasporic African means is that if you are of African descent in the diaspora, then you are a diasporic African, is because you gotta realize that all this Eurocentric shit was forced upon us. You see what I mean?
The terms Negro, African American, Black, all that stuff was forced upon us too, Shabaka.
Okay, sir. But this is why I've taken upon a definition for myself, a diasporic African. You see?
That's not even a term though. Like that's like Wakanda. It's like a fantasy. Like they don't even identify, they don't even accept us on the continent like that. Like they'll tell you you're American. They will
and many of times Brother Chater's right hand has bounced off the jaws of ignorant motherfuckers, you know, when I hate to say, when I try to educate them. And then I think at one time, man, some son of a bitch came up to me who says, well, you know, like asking us questions on this. Well, you people don't, why do you not consider yourself an American? So I had an autobiography of Malcolm X with me, right? I said, you need to read this book. And then he got ignorant and I smashed the book in his fucking face. And I says, now, motherfucker, do you understand?
Even Malcolm
got up
X,
and ran off.
Even Malcolm X was talking about the Aboriginal here. Like,
okay, all right, Brother Chase. So if you can in your spare time, just enlighten me on it, just because it has been a while since I read it. And like I said, my memory is not what it used to be due to the aging factor. And I'll review it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because even Honorable Elijah Muhammad was talking about, when he was talking about Black nationalism, he was talking about we need to build right here. He didn't say we need to go to the build. He said we need to build right here.
Okay. And I guess Sister Hatshepsut, man, you know, could lay some light on that. You know what I mean? Okay, but you see, Brother Perry, see, this is the great thing about our people. We come from so much knowledge, man. You know what I'm saying? We did navigate the globe, you know, which is a fact. But when I look at these fuck boys like Alexander the Barbarian, all them other Greeks, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's their business. They're sick, okay?
But they were before they were Greeks, about it. Like the history.
But see, but that's it. Go ahead.
The history goes deeper than we've been taught. Like I said, we've been taught wrong. We've been lied to. They're not telling us who we truly are, and they want us to take the focus off of the land here and put it on a whole nother land on the other side of the world, and make us focus on that while they steal the land from right underneath us, right here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, this is where, in a lot of spirituality, okay, if you saw the film Amistad, I'm sure you have,
Yes, I've seen
with Desmond Honshu, okay,
That's
when,
funny.
what was that case, man, 1839, I think?
Yeah, 1839. But see, Shabaka, the reason why they keep focusing on 1619 is because that's when they started importing African slaves from the continent here.
Okay.
Man, there were already black people here. The Europeans could have made it on their own.
Okay, but as I stated, Brother Che, you know, is that I've traveled in every state of the Western United States.
Shabaka, those people are not who they say they are. Those are Dow Rosians, Dow's Commission.
The $5 Indians.
Exactly. Not the real.
Go ahead, Brother Che.
They're not the real natives, Shabaka. And as Ivan Van Sertima has taught us, we were already here before Columbus even arrived in the Caribbean. Because he didn't even make it to America. He arrived in the Caribbean, and there were black people.
Yeah, because he was a fucking drunk. He didn't wash his nasty fucking ass. The ignorant bastard thought that he was going east when in actuality he went west because he was trying to find India. And then I think they made the film.
That's what they taught us. But what they left out was he wasn't lost. He knew exactly where the hell he was going. We already had the maps. The Moors, the Black Moors, already had the maps of Turtle Island. They had already been over. Like you're always bringing up Al-Bukhari and Mansa Musa. They had already been over before Columbus.
But as you know, Brother Che, is that Abu Bukhari was the older brother of Mansa Musa, and he had transferred power of the Songhai Empire when he had went, venturing over the sea. You see what I mean?
That's what I'm saying, Shabaka. They had already been over. So it's a lie that he was lost and he didn't know where he was going because those maps they already had maps. And he had on the ship that were navigating.
And he had what on the ship?
He had Moors on the ships that were navigating him, Shabaka. Like you gotta really watch colors. Like I wish they still had their freaking watch parties because like all this stuff is in the Hidden Colors series that Tarina Sheik came out over 10 years ago.
Okay. And then also too in the Hidden Colors, I believe it was a series, and they talked about the brutalization of the transatlantic slave trade, and this is why I argue with guys like Sarge Joe Gibson. Hey, twin, how you be? Okay, it's because they be trying to force this bullshit on us. Well, we're all the same, and like I said, and my invitation is still the same for the last few days. Bring your lily white ass out here to this desert because I've never experienced sunburn before in my life.
Well, these same people were trying to tell us that they built the pyramids and they was in Kemet and all this shit.
You have to get with Dr. Ashwell on that one right there, Brother Che, because Dr. Ashwell, he's done extensive research.
If they would die in the Sierra Nevada, they would definitely die in the Sahara Desert.
Oh, hell yeah, man, because that damn Sierra Nevada, man, that motherfucker, man, can go 100 degrees below zero, man, at any given time of the year. Look at that movie called, what the fuck was that movie where it turned to cannibalism?
Well, that's the thing, Shabaka. That's where I was going earlier.
Donna Pass.
That all they keep talking about is damn 1619. 1619 is when they started importing African slaves over here. But there were already black indigenous people over here.
Okay, hold on, Brother Paris.
The winter when they first arrived. They resorted to cannibalism to try to get through the winter and so on themselves. Whole body suits to get through the winter.
Yeah, okay. Now hold on, brother Paris. I gotta give me another damn pair of glasses, man. Shit. Oh, this is getting old shit. It's for the goddamn birds, man. Okay, just bear with me, brother. You know
We
what I'm
have
saying?
basically Malcolm X explained who the Aboriginal Indigenous people of America, aka the
Okay, did
American.
he explain this in his autobiography or was this here one of his lectures?
It's in one of his lectures, Shabaka.
Okay, which lecture was that? Okay, wait a minute.
YouTube, Shabaka.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on, brother. Jim. I'm pulling up the autobiography of Malcolm X as well, too. And do you recall what chapter? Okay, is this in?
It's one of his lectures, Shabaka. We don't have time to go over this right now. I was just letting you know. Brought up the X-Men, what he was talking about, the black people that were already here. Like there were already black people here, and that's the thing. Like we think just because you're melanated that you're black, but those people that are a lot of people that are melanated don't even consider themselves black, and you can see that worldwide.
Okay, now here's something here from the X-Men, brother Chase, and it is staying on topic. This is an autobiography in the chapter of El Haj Malik El Shabazz.
I guess it is.
He said,
not because we were talking about Kamala Harris and if she was black or not.
Oh, okay. 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 All right. Wait a minute. Here's something to support what you're saying, Brother Paris, if you're alive. Man, it looks like I need about 2 minutes at the most. Okay. All right. He states here in the chapter El Haj Malik El Shabazz, I made Nigerian radio and television program appearances when I remember seeing black men operating their own communications agencies. A thrill still runs up my spine. The reporters who interviewed me included an American Negro from Newsweek magazine. His name was Williams. Traveling through Africa, he had recently interviewed Nkrumah. Talking with me privately, one group of Nigerian officials told me how skillfully the United States Information Agency sought to spread among Africans the impression that American Negroes were steadily advancing and that the race problem soon would be solved. One high official told me our informed leaders and many, many others know otherwise. He said that behind the diplomatic front of every African United Nations official was recognition of the white man's gigantic duplicity and conspiracy to keep the world's peoples of African heritage separated, both physically and ideologically from each other. Okay, now that did support your premise right there, Brother Paris.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I just wanted, to give you kudos for that. So that there proved your point right there. And what it is, okay, do we have somebody else in the chat room with us there? I'm seeing,
who might?
Okay, the God right here. I can't make out the name.
No,
Love the God.
This is
I believe.
This is the clip I was playing.
Okay.
The God, and that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I'm playing a clip from Sincere Love the God and Nicey Girl, who had interviewed me last year when I was running.
Okay. So man, that hat you got on don't say no daggone Broncos, does it?
Hell yes, it does.
Man.
The Gators lost. It's a good
man. They lost to a bunch of scrubs. Fired a goddamn coach today. They lost to bums, man. They lost to fucking bums. But however, they did lose to the Panthers, and I don't feel too bad considering, where the Raiders originated.
All right,
know what I'm saying?
The speech, because you kept asking me, what speech? It was the 1963 Mississippi Recruits.
Okay.
That's the speech.
Okay.
That I was alluding to earlier. He said, so
Mhm.
this is from the speech. So we are all black people, so-called Negroes, second-class citizens, ex-slaves. You are nothing but an ex-slave. You don't like to be told that. But what else are you? You are ex-slaves. You didn't come here on the Mayflower, meaning we are the only people in the country that are not immigrants.
That are not what now?
We're not immigrants, Shabaka. That's the difference. That's why when you say I'm Afro descendant, that doesn't make any sense because you're not an immigrant. Afro descendants are immigrants. So that doesn't that just completely goes against the lineage because you're not an immigrant, Shabaka. Like I said, our people have already been here, and Malcolm X he acknowledged that back then. You didn't come here on the Mayflower. You came here on a slave ship in chains, like a horse.
Yeah, right. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us.
Exactly. And you were brought here by the people who came here on the Mayflower. You were brought here by the so-called pilgrims or founding fathers, and they were the ones that brought you here.
Yeah, the raping, slave trading pedophiles. Yes, sir.
But then he goes into detail about how there were already black people already here before the Mayflower.
Right.
There's a book called Before the Mayflower.
Yeah, by Lerone Bennett Jr.
Right. So
I had that book, but I no longer have it.
Was trying to tell us then too that we were already here. And when these raping, slave, and pedophiles came here, they reclassified us as black, Negro, and colored. Before that, we were either Moors or Aboriginal to this land.
Okay, now I'm trying to remember. Okay, when Her Majesty was running Mutamba, there's something about Nzinga had sent her brother off with these sons of bitches, and it was taken. Supposedly, he was supposed to have been going to Portugal to see one of them ragged ass kings up there, Ferdinand, I believe, and I think they took the brother straight to Brazil. But Nzinga never saw her brother again. That's how she assumed the monarchy.
Yeah.
Okay, because she was of royal blood.
The majority of the Africans that were moved in the transatlantic slave trade did not arrive in North America. They did not arrive in Ireland. They were brought to Brazil, meaning in South America. That's why out in Africa, Brazil has the largest African population.
Right. And keep in mind that Brazil did not end slavery until 1894.
Correct. So, that being said, there were already black people here, Shabbat. Before the transatlantic slave trade. Only 46% of the Africans that were transported in the transatlantic slave trade actually arrived in what is now the United States of America.
Well, it was quite a bit of them. It was quite a bit of them that were taken.
Yeah, it was quite a bit of them taken from Africa, but it wasn't quite a bit of them that were dropped off in what is now the United States of America. That's the difference. A lot of them were dropped off in Brazil. A lot of them were dropped off in the Caribbean. They didn't get dropped off here in the United States. And Columbus didn't even set foot in the United States, nor did any of his ships set foot in the United States. So there's that too.
Okay.
So we've been on the topic for too long, so I'm gonna move to the next topic, Sabaki.
Right. Okay.
ABC and CBS refused to cover the Teamsters' overwhelming support of the overwhelming backing of the dump, as in human shit. And we
Right,
want to
yeah,
make
they generally back Republicans anyway.
no, they haven't backed a Republican since what? I don't remember what year the last time they backed a Republican. They said that they have backed a Democrat since 1996. 1996 is the last year that they didn't back a Democratic candidate.
Okay. So that means, okay, did they back Reagan in 1980?
I have to look that up, Shabak. I don't know off the top of my head. And again, that was before I was born, so you would know better than me.
Right, and I was 21 in 1980. I'm not sure, but I think they did back Reagan, man, because see, what had happened was Carter, he had fucked up so bad, man. You had a goddamn prime lending interest rate, man, like at about 28%. And I do know, man, people were having a hell of a time, man, buying groceries, you know, getting mortgages, buying houses, you know what I mean?
Backed him in 84. I don't know if they backed him in 80, but they backed him in 84.
Yeah, because he got reelected in 84, and I'm trying to think who he ran against in 84. Oh, it was Walter Mondale who he ran against. Yeah, because Reagan unseated Carter. I know that.
You talking about in 1980? Yeah.
Yes, sir. He unseated Carter.
Yes, the peanut farmer.
Right. And Rosalind Carter took it pretty hard, man, because you could see her up there on the, when Carter gave the concession speech, yeah, she was on the verge of tears. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So they backed Reagan in 84.
Okay.
Let's see if they backed Bush.
I think they did back Bush because they wanted to keep that Reagan shit going on.
Okay, so it says the Union last failed to endorse a Democrat for president in 1996.
Okay, that would be Slick Willie on a re-election because Clinton became the president in 1992, and he won by a landslide against Papa Bush.
Yeah. I'm trying to get the whole record from 8 years ago now.
Right, and I'm just going off of memory.
Let's see who they backed. So anyway, they're being real quiet about this. So maybe a group is going to give us the update on this.
Okay. And put them ponies back in the barn, man. GMO.
What's going on, everybody?
We're going to see you scrubs on October 6th. And the way y'all play today, y'all going to lose bad. And I'm going to be loving every minute of it.
Yeah, man.
Hey, thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button because that's the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What it does, that helps make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get the notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button so you can be notified when
you gotta subscribe
video. And lastly,
Black
News
News and mention us, homie, and I ain't got no problem
to inform them on this news and information. And yes, that does.
Shabaka already played the clip yesterday. He already shouts us out, or shouts me out at least, and promotes us. So there's not even no need for that. But fast forward.
Well, you the co-executive producer.
Is that
if
when
you like it, I love
polls
it.
were done by the Teamsters, overwhelmingly, the union members within the Teamsters organization want Donald Trump to be president. It was up to the actual union members to make the decision. The Teamsters would actually officially endorse Donald Trump. And we're going to get into all of that in a moment, especially how many of these DNC news outlets are aren't even reporting on this in general. But let's get into it right now. I first want to start with a clip concerning how upset AOC was at the fact that the Teamsters did not endorse Kamala Harris. And she lashed out at the president of the Teamsters Union, and he even responded to her on CNN when speaking to Dana Bash. Let's get into what AOC had to say first, and then we're going to get into the Teamsters Union's president. So let's jump into this.
All right, listen to this historic move. The Teamsters announced they will not endorse a candidate for president, making Kamala Harris the first Democrat since 1996 not to get the union's backing. And New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is not happy about it.
I'm very disappointed in Sean O'Brien's leadership. I have found it increasingly alarming all year. When the Teamsters are in trouble, who do they call? When we need to make sure that Teamsters pensions are bailed out, when we need to make sure that they have a fair shake at the negotiating table with rail, it was Sean O'Brien calling Democrats for help.
That is so DNC of AOC, isn't it? It is so DNC of her to feel entitled to the vote, to feel entitled to support, and to feel entitled to an endorsement. That is so DNC of her. But now, as she's ripping essentially a new one into the Teamsters Union's president, he did respond to her and responded to her well when he was on CNN speaking with Dana Bash. Let's get into that next.
Get into her district where...
Let me rewind that back just a little bit.
She should maybe get into her district where it voted far Republican, far right Republican, and maybe find out what the problem is. When I have a problem in a work site and there is criticism, I get right in there and find out what.
What do you mean voted
is.
far right Republican?
In our polling,
she's a Democrat.
In our polling,
oh, you mean among Teamsters?
In our polling, New York, her district, voted overwhelmingly Republican to support former President Trump. So she may want to focus on her job instead of mine.
Nice. She may want to focus on her job in her district instead of focusing on his. Now, from his own testimony, he's been receiving, it seems like, a lot of backlash from other unions. Essentially, he was supposed to just go against his union members, right? He was supposed to go against their wishes and just endorse Kamala Harris anyways, but he didn't do that. He didn't do that. He's adhering to what the union members actually think and how they feel and how the polling actually went. And he has a very specific reason for why they're not endorsing either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, despite the fact that the union, and we're going to get into that in a minute through a couple of clips. But first, let's get into how the polling worked out, the internal polling with the Teamsters Union. Now, as you can see here is their Twitter page, and I'll make sure to blow it up a little bit for you. And let's just get into the polling data right here, right? So this is the polling data as far as internal polling is concerned from the Teamsters Union, and it pans out like this. Let me scroll over here. Now, this was done Teamsters Presidential Town Hall straw polls. Voting held between April 9th and July 3rd of 2024. Biden had to lead over Trump. The Teamsters voted Biden at 44%, Trump at 36%, RFK Jr. at 5.6%, and Cornel West at 1.7%. But when Biden was forced out, because we all know that it was an inside coup, right? When he was forced out and replaced with Kamala Harris, and then the Teamsters doubled back with electronic member polling, what you see here between the dates of July 24th and September 15th of this year, Harris only gained 34% of the vote to Donald Trump's 59.6%. Just round that out, 60% of the vote. Donald Trump got 60% of the vote. And then after the DNC and the RNC, both conventions had came and went, they passed, the Teamsters Union did another poll, a research phone poll, is what they officially call it, after both the RNC and the DNC conventions passed, and the polling essentially remained the same. Kamala Harris at 31%, Trump at 58%, undecided at 6%, and don't know at 5%. So how, as you can see here, overwhelmingly, as far as union members are concerned, they are for Donald Trump. they feel that Trump is better for jobs and the economy, that he is far better than Kamala Harris. But what's interesting about this news and information is this. As you can see here in this article from a great website and news source called MRC Newsbusters, I want to scroll in just a little bit, or I should say zoom in. This article reads here, ABC, CBS refused to cover Teamsters members overwhelmingly backing Trump over Harris. And that's not surprising, right? Especially coming from ABC. I don't think any of us are surprised that they're refusing to cover this properly, right? They're not covering it properly, if at all. The article reads, ABC continued to show its hatred and bias toward former President Trump on Wednesday's World News Tonight and Thursday's Good Morning America, along with CBS's respective shows, CBS Evening News and CBS Mornings, and NBC's Today. They've refused to tell their viewers about a poll of Teamsters rank and file members showing nearly 60% support for Donald Trump and not Vice President Harris. Instead, the networks focused their efforts on how Teamsters leadership refused to endorse either candidate and went back to peddling more hate on Trump over Springfield, Ohio, thus rescuing Harris from a negative headline. Once again, thus rescuing Harris from a negative headline. ABC's chief Trump-hating correspondent, Rachel Scott, minimized the lack of Teamster endorsement, instead emphasizing on Springfield. Now, what I want to do in closing is that I want to play a compilation of videos, which comes from World News Tonight, Good Morning America, CBS Evening News, CBS Mornings, and NBC's Today. I want to play a compilation of videos that was put together by MRC Newsbusters, in which they show and highlight how each time they spoke on this situation, just as we read just now, they would show and highlight the fact that, yes, the Teamsters are not endorsing anyone. But then they would quickly pivot and lie on Donald Trump, stating that he is touting a false endorsement, when Donald Trump has never touted any type of false endorsement. He hasn't stated that the Teamsters have endorsed me. He's never said that. And if he did say that, you would think they'd have video of it in this compilation that I'm about to show you. But they don't. They're lying on him in an effort to rescue Kamala Harris, as stated in this article. Let's go through this very quickly. I want to pull this video up for you right now and just look at the biased nature of these DNC news outlets and the way they conduct themselves throughout this election process that we've been going through. Let's jump into this right now.
Powerhouse Teamsters Union announcing that for the first time in nearly 30 years, it will not endorse in the presidential race. Union President Sean O'Brien declaring neither major candidate was able to make serious commitments to our union to ensure the interests of working people are always put before big business. Both campaigns went all out for the Teamsters. Former President Donald Trump even inviting O'Brien to address the Republican National Convention.
Harris and Trump are also vying for a coveted labor endorsement from the Teamsters, but for the first time in nearly 30 years, the union says it isn't backing either presidential candidate because they weren't able to make serious commitments to the group.
Trump also made misleading claims that he won the endorsement of one of the most powerful unions in the country, the Team.
But he did not do that, and you're not going to see any proof or evidence that shows this. I just wanted to highlight that. Let's carry on.
Also made misleading claims that he won the endorsement of one of the most powerful unions in the country, the Teamsters, which has 1.3 million. The Teamsters announced a candidate this election. President O'Brien stating neither candidate made serious commitments to ensure the interests of working people are always put before big business.
We thought Congresswoman Yadira Chiaravea would be different.
Partisan games won't help Colorado.
Fuck the commercial. 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 Fuck the commercial.
And also heaped praise on the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, claiming he won their endorsement.
I love the Teamsters. We won the overwhelming majority of the local chapters and the members.
But
pay attention to that when he said we won the overwhelming majority of the local chapters. I repeat, we won the overwhelming support of the local chapters. That's important that you remember that, because you're going to see how when Trump says something, it's wrong and it's bad. But when Kamala Harris and her campaign literally says the same thing, it's good. But right now, apparently, Trump is some sort of a liar, even though they haven't proved or showed any video yet stating of him saying that the Teamsters have endorsed me. They're literally lying on him, misinformation, disinformation, as they love to say on the DNC side of things.
Are always put before big business.
The former president also heaped praise on the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, claiming he won their endorsement.
I love the Teamsters. We won the overwhelming majority of the local chapters and the members.
But for the first time since 1996, the union did not endorse a presidential candidate, stating that neither Trump nor Vice President Harris provided serious commitment to the group.
On Fox News, Trump also touting a non-endorsement. The Teamsters declining to back either Trump or Vice President Harris yesterday. The first time since 1996, the union, one of the nation's largest, has opted against throwing its support behind the Democratic nominee.
That was sort of a big event. Nobody's ever expected a thing like that to happen.
The Harris campaign saying Teamsters locals across the country have already endorsed her, alongside the overwhelming majority of organized labor.
So do you see how when, oh my goodness, let's go back to it. Teamsters locals across the country have already endorsed her alongside the overwhelming majority of organized labor. I want you to see how when Donald Trump said the same thing, and he didn't even use the word endorsed as they keep claiming that he said that he won over the support of numerous local chapters. And you can see the proof of this once again, you know, going back to the actual internal polling, which is where he's pulling that information from. As you can see here, he has about 60% of the rank and file union members support. So he wasn't telling a lie when he said that, but they keep framing it as if he's lying, touting an endorsement that he never touted. He's referencing their internal polling that these DNC news outlets don't want to show and highlight. He said that the local chapters, I've won over their support. And they're saying, well, he's lying about an endorsement. Yet, in the same breath, they turn around and the Harris campaign stated the same thing, but even added endorsement to it. And the DNC news outlets fact check them?
No.
Of course not. Did they say that that was a lie? Did they even look for any type of proof? Of course not. They just ran with it. They just ran with it. This is what we are up against, folks. This is the type of, you know, dictatorial, right? Totalitarian, you know, state-sanctioned media that we're up against in this election. They're literally lying to your face as if it's the truth when it's a bold-faced lie. Yet if you tell the truth and show documentation to prove it, as you can see on your screen, somehow that's misinformation. Let that sit on your mind for a moment as we approach closer to November 5th. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. That does it.
So yeah, as you can clearly see, they are lying. But if you question it, then it's just, they say it's disinformation, the misinformation. This is what the Democrats do. Same ones talking about we need to preserve democracy and keep democracy, and democracy is at risk and all of this, and they don't even practice none of the stuff they're talking about.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much on that there, brother. And here's a little something here for the chat room that I just pulled up. Okay, and it's like this here. While no one has a precise prescription for how to eradicate racial injustice in the workplace, this person who wrote this bullshit firmly believes that a critical first step is embracing the difficult conversations and uncomfortable truths that we've become accustomed to avoiding. The baseline uncomfortable truth is that blacks and whites in corporate America often maintain their own subcultures, including very different informal conversations in the workplace, with surprisingly little overlap at times. Yeah. So in other words, let's see here. I'm gonna put up another part right here. And this damn autopilot shit, boy, I'm so sick of this goddamn shit. Okay. All right. And this right here, Brother Paris, that you see in the chat room, you know,
In this
you might want to share.
Black Lives Matter environment with heightened racial sensitivities, many white people may approach their workplace with some hesitancy.
And anxiety about not knowing exactly what to say, but it should be similarly acknowledged that
Anxiety
many black people
about not knowing exactly what to say, but it should be similarly acknowledged that for many black people, they may want to speak boldly but feel constrained, muzzled, or just completely exhausted, and therefore choose to instead simply fume on the inside. In this historical moment, though, this is natural hesitancy and pull toward political what?
Okay, hold on.
What's cracking?
Okay, and
both the Niners and the Gators lost.
Oh man. Hey Jay Militant, say man. We can't have these scrubs, man, you know, from the Pony Express, man, think that they're gonna win something, man.
God damn it.
Come on, man. You know the guys across the bay lost too.
Yep.
No, man, somebody getting bought off, man.
He said, forget football, we choked.
Yeah, forget football, we choked. I feel you, Jay Militant. Same thing happened with the Raiders, man. You know,
just got
lost to the Panthers, and I don't feel too bad since they lost to Panthers, if you know what I mean, Jay Militant, you know, because of the birthplace and what have you. But what it is the gentleman is saying right here, they're trying to get these damn Teamsters involved. There's organized labor. And so I'm thinking, man, I'm leaning toward, man, that this election, dereliction or whatever, that's what I'm going to call it. Ain't no goddamn election. It's fucking dereliction. This shit is going to be interesting. And the only thing I know, Black family, we got to be at the ready, man, because these crackers is coming. Not a doubt in my mind, Brother Jay.
Yeah, we earlier, Jay. Yeah, we did cover that.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did cover the Janet Jackson situation on that, you know.
And Shabaka missed this video I played of one of the sisters that Kamala Harris had arrested when she was the Attorney General of California.
Oh, the truancy parent.
Yep.
Yeah. And only Lord knows, man, what happens to those children, man, when they go off into foster care. You know what I'm saying? Because I've heard some horror stories in California foster care.
Oh yeah. But you think Kamala gives a damn? No.
No. I'm not going to do anything just for black people now. With her flat back and ass. You know?
So the next topic, Shabaki, is VP Kamala Harris became frustrated with NPR journalist Tanya Mosley for pushing back on her Babble.
All right, let's see what they're saying. And fuck the black Nazi. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the goddamn commercial. They can go fuck themselves. Skip that shit. Oh, Uncle Phil.
Dive back into the interview that Vice President Kamala Harris had conducted with the National Association of Black Journalists. And there was one of the journalists by the name of Tanya Mosley. She asked Vice President Kamala Harris a question about gun control. And I want you to see how this sister really put, some fire on her, right? To ask her some questions in a very smooth way. But it's not so much her doing that because she's really doing her job. But watch how Vice President Kamala Harris clearly watch her tone change. And at the end, watch how.
Yeah, I mean, Twin was saying that earlier too. But how he said, okay, fuck Janet Jackson. We supposed to care what she says about someone's race when she don't deal with black people. Well, she was asked a question during this interview. Like, I've been trying to pull the interview up, this Guardian interview, but basically she was baited into this question. So she was actually asking the question herself, like, is she black? I hear she's not black. I hear that her daddy is white. So that's where that came from. So Janet wasn't even talking about politics at all. She was talking about her new tour. And then the interviewer had redirected the question to Kamala and if she was supporting Kamala or if she thought Kamala was black or not, and that's where all that came from.
Well, Janet Jackson's a bad wench herself.
Yeah, but she's not a Hindu bad wench. She's an FBA bad wench.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she said that she ain't been watching the news, so she didn't know. Yeah, she should have known better. Yeah, she should have known better. She got baited. And she fell for it. She should have just pulled up her and said, I don't really follow these things. Next question.
Yeah, well, that's that being politically correct shit like that asshole Bill Maher.
Oh, Bill Maher. The hell with him, too.
Yeah, and Gut Bill and all that old shit.
But yeah, we with that. Yeah.
And Bill Maher and Gut Bill, you punk ass motherfuckers are welcome to call in as well, too. And I'm calling both of y'all punks.
Yeah, and Gutfield on the line, too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to let the clip play, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
How she leaves the event. Just watch. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Vice President, I'm switching gears again. Quick question. I want to talk to you about gun control. So you've said you support an assault weapons ban and universal background checks, and we actually learned during the debate that you are a gun owner. But in cities like Philadelphia, handguns are responsible for most homicides and violent crime. The most recent FBI data shows handguns were involved in 59% of murders in our country. How will you address the issue of the use of handguns? Because a push for an assault weapons ban only addresses a significant but small part of the problem.
So, first of all, yes, I am a gun owner, and Tim Walz is a gun owner, and we're not trying to take anybody's guns away from them. But we do need an assault weapons ban. Assault weapons are designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly
Yes,
and
the
have
assault
no
weapons
place
ban,
and have
yes.
no place. I'm going to get to it.
Yes.
And have no place on the streets of a civil society. We need universal background checks, which, to your point about handguns, is about saying that it is just reasonable.
Wait a minute, lawyer lady. That's an infringement right
reasonable
there.
gun safety laws that say we should do background checks that we ought to know. It's just reasonable. You
And
might
you
want to know
reasonable gun
before
safety
someone
laws?
can buy a lethal
Disarm the
weapon.
goddamn
If they've been
police.
found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others, you might just want to know.
And respectfully,
then
we do understand that.
But you're asking
Yes.
about.
I'm
you're
asking specifically about handguns because many of those handguns aren't
universal
purchased in
background
places.
checks
Yes.
apply to handguns.
Yes.
They do.
But in
And
many instances, those handguns aren't even bought lawfully. Yes.
Which is why I also have been very adamant for years. In fact, I myself protested at a gun show probably 10 years ago about the gun show loophole and why we need to close that. Because what ends up happening is that gun shows at flea markets, gun dealers are not, under existing law in the past, required to register their sales.
Well, it looks like somebody was a little frustrated there toward the end. You know, she put her hand up like, whatever. So, you know, now most candidates would be like, you know, hey, how you doing? You know, and maybe you shake hands with some people in the crowd, you know, hey, vote for me. You know, it's coming up in November. Right. But she didn't want to go shake hands with the crowd. She didn't want to do anything. She's like, but see, and that sister was not even really pushing on her hard. She just gave her a little pushback, right? And she got visibly frustrated because, like, what did you think? Just because you're going to sit in front of the NABJ that they weren't going to ask you questions? They didn't even treat her like they treated Trump. I mean, they came combative with Trump and he dealt with it, right? Well, they gave just a little pushback. And if you watch the whole thing, they were asking some pretty good questions. I was like, okay, I like some of the questions that they're asking of her. See, I don't think she got the questions ahead of time because she was doing a whole lot of babbling and a whole lot of word salad, ladies and gentlemen. She don't want to be questioned. She don't want to have to figure out what she's going to do. She has a script that she has memorized. And if you take her out of her script that she has memorized, then she gets visibly frustrated because she clearly got frustrated. And it's not like she was being interviewed by Fox News where they literally gonna go in on you, right? So if you cannot interview once again, if you cannot interview with these black journalists at the NABJ whose job is to ask you certain questions, you're scared of Fox News, you won't go over there with them, right? Or anybody who's gonna push back on you. Even CNN was giving a little pushback too, but that's what they're supposed to do. How is she going to deal with world leaders who wants to see the undermining of the United States of America? How she's going to deal with them? They're not going to go light on her. They're not going to look at her and say, oh, well, she's a woman, so I can't say her. They don't care about that because in a lot of countries outside of America, they don't respect no women. A lot of them will be like, why is she here? You know, she need to be getting me a sandwich or something. That's how a lot of them think. Women have it very good in the United States of America. Talk to women outside of America and a lot of these other countries that you have to go engage with. Those women don't have it as good. But once again, when you see her in real time, see, we all know now that the ABC debate, she had got the debate questions. A whistleblower came out and exposed it. She had got the debate questions ahead of time. Okay, so she knew what she was going to be asked because she already, that's why she was so confident when she went in there. She didn't come in here confident. She was just babbling, word salad. I watched the whole thing. She was babbling. And when she asked about the guns, she babbled for about 5 minutes, didn't say nothing. And that's like what she do. She babbles and don't say anything. I'm like, at least say something. Don't just babble. That's why I said she was not ready for prime time. And y'all say, oh, Phil, the debate happened. Ooh, but you say she wasn't ready for prime time. I was right. She wasn't ready because she had to get the questions ahead of time and cheat. Trump didn't get the questions ahead of time. He had to take it just how they gave it to him, which is how a debate's supposed to be. Right?
Well, you could always say no comment.
You take whatever topic you. You need to do that. So I don't see how anybody's so excited about anything. And a lot of people online are saying, man, she fumbled this interview. She did in a lot of ways. And once again, they gave her minimal pushback. They didn't mash the gas on her. And this is supposed to be the candidate that the Democrats put up. I'm sure they had other Democrats that could have been better than this, but wasn't elected. Joe Biden was actually elected people. He was 14 million votes, even though those were real problems because they didn't.
You got a connection problem, Brother Paris.
Then she actually wins the presidency. The voters not going to have a chance anymore to select the candidate because the Democrat Party we'll do it again. You understand what I'm saying? But Vice President Kamala Harris fumbled the ball on this whole interview. Study study. We're not hearing no scam. The rubber it was time. What did he do? He sabotaged it and used the bootlicks in the California legislature sabotaging the reparations bills. You know what I'm saying? That's why all of them are up November. My brothers in California and go vote against all of them. Vote against blue, no matter who. It's time for California to not be a blue state no more. It's time. It's purple or a state. Way too much of a stronghold in the state. You want to know what it looks like when Democrats have ruled the rest of the country to look like California? Vice President Kamala Harris is a California politician. And the rest of the country is going to look like California by the time she's done. Open borders, bringing in cultures that's not conducive to the American culture, bringing in crime, bringing in gangs, bringing in all kind of practices that we don't practice here in this country. You know what I'm saying? On top of the tax upon tax upon tax. Do you know Gavin Newsom just signed a bill about you can't do a parody video if it's about a politician when they're running for office? Because you know they're doing parody videos now with AI and things like that, but it's parody. Now he said California, that's illegal. So you worry about trying to stop people from clowning you, right? But you're not worried about reparations, everything. See, that's what I'm talking about. The Democrats believe in mass censorship. Why would I want to vote for mass censorship? That's stupid.
Right.
You have to understand, a person like myself and even you, right? That will hurt our overall bottom line of censorship. Yep. We can't deal with mass censorship. That is what dictators do. Yep. That's what communism do. Communists believe in mass censorship.
Yep.
And the Democrats have been leaning on this communism dictator type of style of governing where they want to just overtax, mass censor, and just doing what they want. And like I say, how can we as American citizens who say you believe in the Constitution, you believe in the Bill of Rights, you believe in your freedoms, right? And this is the oxymoron of the whole thing. They run around here talking about freedom, but believe in censorship. Freedom, but want to overtax you. How is that freedom? You should be free to enjoy your money, free to speak, free to have a great life, right? So we need to think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Well, she fumbled the ball on this one. She fumbled the ball and she was frustrated. Didn't even go speak to the potential voters. She just it left. It says a lot about her. Says a lot. But as this campaign go along, and as of today, they got 47 days left. As of today, 47 days. We're gonna see the pressure gonna get even more and more on her. I guess now they like, well, you know what? Yeah, you might well go ahead and do interviews now. We can't hide you no more. You got to go ahead and do it. And the more and more she speak, the more and more she's gonna expose herself. And people gonna be like, man, I ain't voting for her. That just really would. Now, of course, some people will vote for her regardless. It don't matter what. We're talking about the people that actually could see, people with common sense. You can see, once again, she's not ready for prime.
Nope. Not ready. Not ready at all. All right, Doctor, what are your thoughts on that? Her being visibly frustrated with the NPR journalist Tanya Mosley.
Okay, so what it is, Brother Che, is that they're exposing Kamala for what she is. You see what I'm saying? Also, too, Kamala, you know, is going to lose ground. You know what I mean? And Kamala is too wishy-washy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's too wishy-washy. And then, of course, too, as I stated before, is that Great State of Georgia had ruled that they're going to have to hand count the ballots, so that's going to delay a decision. You see what I'm saying? On it, because whatever decision that they make, a decision has to be made by Inauguration Day, okay, in January 2025.
Now, refresh our memory of what happened in 2000. Because I don't.
Okay, in 20. In 2000. Okay, in 2000, you had Jeb Bush, who was the governor of Florida at the time. Okay, so what had happened was, man, is that they had a bunch of shit where that ballots, that the holes were not punched clearly, and you had a lot of dallying tabs right there. So what had happened was is that Al Gore had to determine, okay, that Bush had won the election in 2000. It's because Al Gore presides over the U.S. Senate with the electoral votes. Maxine Waters was up with it, was upset with it, you know what I'm saying? And she pretty much told the U.S. Senate, and to paraphrase her, is that they pretty much could kiss her asses because they were full of shit.
Yeah.
They say that was basically the point that she was making. And so then they selected W. And then, of course, Jeb Bush, who was the governor of Florida at the time, W was his brother. So quite naturally, due to sibling loyalty, he endorsed his brother, you say.
Mm-hmm.
But it was tainted like hell. And this shit that you're getting ready to see now, man, is going to be a worse repeat of that. And I hate to say, they're going to pull all kind of shenanigans to get the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way, to be the 47th president. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And guess what the sad part about it is, too, Brother Che? As far as my knowledge of poli-sci, it's going to be perfectly legal.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they're trying to do with that's what they're trying to do with Kamala. They're trying to put her in just cut, and it's not going to work. But we keep hearing all this talk about, oh, she can't do anything. She's just the vice president.
Yeah, and all that bullshit. Now, I got a question. Now, here's something for you, Brother Che. Turning back the hands of time a little bit. What about the blow up pages? You know what I'm saying? Because they used to say in the late 90s, oh, I'm blowing them up on his pager. Yeah. And I see over there in the Middle East, somebody took it literally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
But
and you know what I think the next thing that they're gonna use, Brother Che, I hate to say, I hope I'm wrong. God, I hope I'm wrong. These damn laptops, they're gonna be blowing up next.
Yeah, I wouldn't put none. Any of these devices that could blow up. Remember
Yeah,
when
man, because see,
when the phones were overheating and they was blowing up?
and then they showed one clip on Cartoon News Network where the pager blew up, and you can see a dude on the left side of the film clip. He was dead in the motherfucker.
Yep, I seen that. But Shabaka, I'm gonna play this clip about what the vice president actually does, because these Democratic shills, these Kamala sessions keep talking about, well, she's just the vice president. She
presides over the U.S. Senate is her major function.
Yeah, but she can do more than that. So I'm gonna play the clip.
The door to your office in the West Wing of the White House bursts open. Military personnel flood in and secure all the doors and windows. A Secret Service agent with his gun.
Fuck the commercial.
This is the clip about what does the vice president actually do.
Undrawn grabs you by the arm. Sir, we need to get you to a secure location, the agent says. What's going on, you ask? But there is no time to explain. The Secret Service agent drags you out of the room by your arm and toward a staircase that leads down to the basement of the White House. You're escorted into the Situation Room, where top military officials are waiting. A 4-star general shakes your hand. Sir, we need orders, he says. You respond to him with a furrowed brow. Why are you asking me? I'm only the vice president, you respond. The general puts his hand on your shoulder and looks you dead in the eyes. The president's missing, sir. You're in charge now. You plop down in the chair at the head of the table. Surrounding you are military advisors from all branches of the government. You decided to accept the role of the vice president for many reasons. Locating a lost commander-in-chief was not one of them. But then again, the duties of the vice president of the United States are pretty vague. Depending on who is in the role at the time, the office of vice president can look very different. Some vice presidents had a lot of power and influence. Other VPs didn't do anything but twiddle their thumbs. Talking about you, Hannibal Hamlin. You disdain the man who served as Abraham Lincoln's vice president during the Civil War. He did nothing to support the cause except sit upstate in Maine with friends and family, ignoring that there was a war going on. You wanted to be a vice president somewhere in the middle of the two extremes. Not too much responsibility, but not useless either. But locating a lost president is more than you bargained for. To be fair, you're not the first vice president to have responsibility thrust upon him. In fact, for a long time, the person who would become the vice president didn't even run for the position. The vice presidency was created almost as an afterthought. When the Constitution was created, the Electoral College members each had one vote to elect the next president of the United States. Because representatives had more trust in politicians from their own state, they would almost always vote for a candidate from where they were from. This led to no one receiving more than one vote, and therefore no clear victor. To combat this problem, the forefathers decided it was best to give everyone 2 votes. One vote could be for a representative from your own state, but the other had to be from another state. This led to someone being elected by the majority. Then, whoever had the second most votes became vice president. You, on the other hand, are part of the post-12th Amendment era, where the candidate for president chooses who will run as his vice president before the election. The president chose you for your likability and middle ground stance on almost everything. That's how you won the election together. Now, you kind of wish he had chosen someone else. When you agreed to be vice president, you were told about the few specific duties that you were required to carry out. Unfortunately, since the job of the vice president in the United States Constitution is so vague, there were always going to be unexpected duties required of you. You knew your main responsibility as vice president would be to assume the role of commander-in-chief if anything ever happened to the president. But you never thought that would be a likely scenario, since the president is always surrounded by Secret Service and has some secure vehicles like Air Force One, Marine One, Golf Cart One, and the Beast while traveling. As the vice president, you two have an armored limousine and Secret Service protection. You also get to fly on the same aircraft as the president, just not at the same time as him. When you're on the aircraft, it's not called Air Force One anymore. Instead, its call sign is Air Force 2. Same goes for when you're in a helicopter, the chopper is called Marine 2. It kind of has a nice ring to it. As you sit in the Situation Room, you realize that even the most important duty of standing in for the president is pretty vague. You can be called upon if the president dies or resigns. These are extreme scenarios. Another situation when the president's duties can be thrust upon you is if the majority of the president's cabinet judges the commander-in-chief to be unable to carry out his duties. You suppose this could happen if the president went rogue or cracked from all the stress of the office. then you would be called upon to take his place. But again, there is very little precedent for this in American history, and it seems unlikely. You agreed to the nomination of vice president more for the job of being president of the Senate than anything else. You studied legislative law in school and found it fascinating. Really, your ideal vice presidency would be spending your time in the Senate chambers, voting on bills if there was a tie, opening and closing meetings, the easy stuff. If you were lucky, you might even be able to make the deciding vote on Senate bills 31 times. This is the highest number of deciding votes a vice president has ever made in a term. That record is held by John C. Calhoun, but you would like to beat it and secure your place in VP history. As vice president, you rarely have to physically be in the Senate chambers to preside over the meeting. There aren't votes every day, and you don't really have to do anything unless there is a tie, and even that's rare. So normally vice presidents have one of the junior members of the Senate run the meetings each day, but you want to be more hands-on vice president and are always present at the Senate meetings. One other responsibility that every vice president has is to receive the tally of electoral ballots from the states and announce the next president and vice president of the United States of America after an election. Sure, that might seem like an insignificant part of the job, but you think it would be pretty cool to announce yourself as being elected as the next vice president if you win a second term. Or like Thomas Jefferson, you could announce yourself as the next president of the United States if you decide to run for the big seat in the next election. You tap your fingers on the desk as everyone in the Situation Room looks at you. A bead of sweat rolls down your temple. You wipe it away with the back of your hand. Does anyone know the last location of the president, you ask? The head of the Secret Service stands up. The last time we had eyes on him, he was hitting golf balls to your head. You knew the president was spending too much time on the golf course and wished he would just stay in the White House and be as excited about legislation as you are. The duties of the president are pretty clearly defined in the Constitution. Playing golf is not one of them. A lot of your duties as vice president come from outside the Constitution. These duties tend to be at the discretion of the president. In the current administration, you serve as the top advisor to the president. You recommend strategy and laws to be implemented, and that suits you fine. But there are some vice presidents who took their role to a whole new level. In particular, someone from the not-too-distant past. You remember him as the vice president who shot a 78-year-old Texas attorney by accident. Dick Cheney is arguably one of the most influential and powerful vice presidents of all time. It's not often you hear about what the vice president does, but that was the case with Dick Cheney. And it wasn't until after George W. Bush's second term came to an end that the public learned more about how much influence Dick Cheney had as the vice president. In one of the darkest moments in United States history, Dick Cheney made decisions that could have had immense consequences. It was September 11th, 2001, and the United States was under attack. Al-Qaeda terrorists had taken control of commercial planes. Dick Cheney was in charge of the decision-making process at the time. The president was on Air Force One with spotty connection and delayed information. This meant that the vice president was put in charge, since the president could not be relied on to make informed decisions at the time. In official documents, Dick Cheney seems to be responsible for making the decision to shoot down civilian planes if deemed necessary. This was a vitally important decision to be made on that day, one that showed the power the vice president could wield in extreme circumstances. Luckily, those orders did not need to be carried out. Through various connections made as Secretary of Defense under George W. Bush's father, Cheney had a lot of influence within the government. This allowed him to raise the power of the office of vice president. He made sure his staff was always in the loop. Whenever the president's staff received information, Cheney made sure his most trusted advisors were privy to that information. Cheney, as vice president, always knew exactly what was going on and what decisions the president was being faced with. It allowed him to influence the decision-making process if he deemed necessary. This included the decisions being made to extract information from prisoners at Guantanamo Bay. Dick Cheney used his bolstered power of vice president to push for waterboarding and harsh interrogation methods to extract information. He would never call what he was doing advocating for torture, but would go on to say, "We did those things we needed to do to make certain that we were operating within the statutes and the laws." Basically, he used his connections in the government and his power of influence to ensure the interrogation methods being used were not viewed as torture and therefore were legal. You personally have no desire to hold as much power as Dick Cheney did during the Bush administration. You only decided to become vice president to pass laws and serve as an advisor. Sure, if everything went well, maybe one day you would become the president of the United States, but you were not betting on that day being right now. You wanted to go down in history as a good vice president who did his duty, not as an infamous vice president who lost his boss. Would it be possible to just quit? You know that 2 vice presidents had done it before, John Calhoun, who you admired for his 31 deciding votes on laws in the Senate, had to quit. He did not get along with the president, Andrew Jackson, and resigned to take an open Senate seat. There was Spiro Agnew, Richard Nixon's vice president. He stepped down after being charged with tax evasion and taking bribes. You're a more moral vice president than Agnew, so maybe you didn't want to be associated with him in any way. You decide that it's your duty to see this thing out until the end. You'll find the president. If everything turns out okay, you might be one of the few vice presidents who have received the Nobel Prize. Al Gore was the most recent vice president to receive the Nobel Prize for his efforts to raise awareness for climate change. Perhaps you could go down in history as one of the great VPs for your role in finding a lost president. That surely is worth a Nobel Prize. Suddenly, the phone next to you rings. It's a line dedicated for the president. You pick it up. On the other line is your commander-in-chief. Apparently, the president had one too many Aperol spritzes while playing golf and passed out in one of the sand traps. The Secret Service just assumed that his ball had gotten stuck in the sand trap, so we're waiting for him at the next hole. He was never in any real danger. Crisis averted. Whew. You let out a sigh of relief and leaned back in your chair. All the generals and personnel in the room began to clap. They liked having your help, but are happy the president is safe. You're just glad you can go back to your job of overseeing the Senate. You think about how maybe it would be better to have more clear-cut and defined roles for the vice president, but changes in the United States politics are slow. The idea of changing the Constitution to be more clear about what the vice president's duties are seems like a daunting task. You're happy with the way things are and return to your office. You never know what the next day will bring as the Vice President of the United States. Now check out the insane protection of the President of the United States. Or watch our video, Can the President of the United States Go to Jail? You might be surprised at what you find.
I won't be.
All right. So like I said, Gerald Ford was not a vice president or president.
Right.
His job was to
pardon Tricky.
Mm-hmm. So how did he get in office? How did Gerald Ford get in office? He was
okay.
Harry Truman's vice president.
No. Gerald Ford was a congressman. Okay. And what had happened was Spiro Agnew resigned the vice president because they caught his ass up taking bribes when he was the governor of Maryland. Spiro Agnew. Okay. So then the Congress put Ford in there as the vice president. Then what happened was, Agnew resigned in, I believe, September, October of 1973, just before the Yom Kippur War. Okay. And then Gerald Ford came in there, okay? So then the Watergate scandal, man, was getting real bad, against Tricky and your boy John Dean. I'll never forget the day when he got up there and sang, And then a week later, old Tricky says, ladies and gentlemen, as of 12 o'clock tomorrow, Gerald Ford will be your president. You don't have Richard Nixon to kick around anymore. Fuck Tricky, okay? Fuck Tricky, all right? And then John Dean, the old bastard you see up there on CNN, wrote a book called Blind Ambition. And they pretty much told Dean, man, you're guilty as hell. So I think Dean did a little bit of time. I think he did about 2 years, but he went to Camp Snoopy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That motherfucker wasn't walking on goddamn concrete, man. You know what I mean? Right. For all practical purposes. And so then you had old Jimmy Carter, the peanut farmer, that came about in 1976, and he got elected because everybody was so upset with these goddamn Republicans. Yeah. But Democrats and reptilians, as we have always stated, Brother Che, are two sides of the same coin, okay? And would prove this point even to the utmost is where you get old Barack Obama, change that we can believe in. And I remember when he said that bullshit in your town. You know what I'm saying? Change that we can believe in. And then you had all the house niggas up there crying all day, elected a black president and all of that.
symbolism.
Then,
It was a bunch of symbolism.
oh, yes, sir, absolutely. So then when they go ask old Barack Obama, well, about reparations, man, for your own people. Oh, no. I'm going to no reparations.
It wasn't
Barack
for
Obama,
That's
fuck
why
you.
he's a tether. He's a tether, and that's
Yeah.
why that we all just one big nigga is not gonna work no more.
Yeah, but it would sure be nice if it came back is because if we ever needed that there, Brother Chad, now is the time. And like I said, this is why I appreciate President Traore standing up in Burkina Faso. No, you're not going to have that rainbow shit here.
Where are the other 55 leaders of those sovereign nations at?
Good question.
You're not standing in solidarity with Traore. Traore out there by himself.
Yeah, right. The only other cat, man, that stood in the ranks with Traore, man, was Julius Malema. But yeah, but you see what they did to him, right?
Yeah, they made his party irrelevant, basically.
Yeah, right. They neutralized him for all practical purposes.
Yeah.
So I appreciate President Museveni when Biden went over there with some dude with ketchup stuck up his ass. Oh no, if you don't embrace LGBT, we'll take away your aid. And President Museveni said, fuck you, fuck your aid,
Right.
shake the spot.
Right.
And about 2 seconds later, he said, motherfucker, you still here?
Get the Stephen. Yeah.
Yeah, get the fuck up out of here. Just like the president of Ethiopia said when Barack Obama went and pulled that shit in Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, don't even bother landing.
Right.
Over here, we like pussy. You tricks over there like the crack of another man's ass with shit in it, thinking it's a woman's womb, and you're fucked up in the head.
Right. And also, they brought that AFRICOM too. That all happened under.
Yeah, AFRICOM. Yeah, that is U.S. military over there in Africa, as per Barack Obama. But does anybody know what AFRICOM's mission is? Now, just like I was debating with old Sarge, okay, when Trump was the president in Niger, I believe, who was it? Boko Haram, I believe. Okay, they ambushed U.S. military personnel protecting their land. Okay.
Yeah, they got a movie about called Prey. It basically ended up crashing their plane, and they ended up in the SARS. What is it called? Shabaka in Tanzania. The
Serengeti plane.
Yeah, the Serengeti, and them damn lions ate their ass up.
Yeah, well, that's Simba and Mufasa, you know what I'm saying? And what have you, you know what I mean? All right, but with the situation, with the black U.S. sergeant, okay, who was carried a mile away from where they killed the white boys, okay, and then they recovered his body, brought it back to the U.S., and then his widow was up there crying. And what did Trump say?
He said
he knew what he was getting into. That's kind of callous, okay? It really is. It's kind of callous, you know? So that goes to show that Trump didn't take the job too seriously. The only thing Trump, from what I understand and what I've seen, and in my opinion, is that Trump, as the president of the United States, was just simply serving his own self-interest and those of his cronies.
Yeah.
But
he was.
But old Dumbo, but hold on, no. But old Dumbo, old Jefferson Beauregard Sessions, he saw the handwriting on the wall, and that motherfucker bailed early.
Oh, yeah.
And then old Rudy Giuliani in the great state of New York disbarred his ass And hopefully the dump and Giuliani, Stormy Daniels, or whatever tramp they have with them, throw their asses all up there on Alcatraz Island in its current condition, which is shit.
So from the AFRICOM website, Shabaka, it says about the command, the U.S. Africa Command, otherwise known as AFRICOM, with partners, counters transnational threats and malign actors, strengthens security forces, and responds to crises in order to advance U.S. national interests and promote a regional security, stability, and prosperity. Basically, it gives the United States free reign to do whatever the hell they want in Africa.
Yeah, exactly. Why? It's because Africa still got that gold. Africa still got that petroleum. Africa still got that tungsten. See? See what I'm saying?
Africa still got that
silicon. Boxes. Huh?
Africa still got that silicon.
Oh, exactly.
Still got that
and the uranium. And then I would say the same damn thing. And any motherfucker out there could debate with me on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. When I do the show, yes, sir. When I do the show, that Shabaka saying Corey speaks. Now, how is this show going to operate? I'm going to speak about for the first 15 minutes, okay? I'm going to make it a point that I piss some people off is because it's going to be undisputed truth. There will be a handwritten speech. Then after about 15 minutes, then of course we'll open up the mics. And I'm not going to use now one cuss word.
Okay, so it looks like AFRICOM came into effect before old Sambo got in the office. It says,
okay, then that it would be who was the president before old Sambo?
Bush Jr.
Yeah, Bush Jr. Yeah. Okay.
But it became fully operational when old Sambo was in office. And as we know, he did a lot to destabilize Africa. And he had him and Hillary Clinton had not Robert Mugabe, but Gaddafi killed.
Right. And they neutralized Mugabe because they placed Mugabe under house arrest. Okay, it's because they're
on Zimbabwe.
Right, because they were saying is that he was too old because he was 95 years of age, I believe, when President Mugabe died.
Yeah.
But as President Mugabe had stated, when he was doing this thing in Zimbabwe, he was a freedom fighter. Mm-hmm. And he had the presidency, man, for quite a few years. Yeah, and then, of course, that Alphabetized agenda
30, 40 years.
Went to, and then they went to President Mugabe talking about they want to have the book fair in Harare. Okay. So President Mugabe says, okay, have the book fair, and ain't nothing wrong with a motherfucker trying to read. So then here comes Al Sharpton with a rainbow flag and a banana in his mouth. Connect the dots. Well, we're going to have this here. And Mugabe said, hey, man, check this out. Let me tell you something. This is chaos. We don't do that here.
Right.
If anybody recalls the old Get Smart TV 60s, TV series of the 60s.
Yeah.
And then it says, well, he says, no. The shit is canceled. You take that bullshit to London. You take that shit to New York. Or you take that bullshit to San Francisco. But there's no way in the hell that you're going to do that shit here. We place great value on the procreation of life, and that there only happens between a union of man and woman. Mm-hmm. Everything else is bullshit. And I believe the president had of Zimbabwe had made that perfectly clear.
Yeah, he did. And that's why he got sanctioned.
Exactly. And then, of course, you know, they started them out. Then age had started to settle in. And being in my 60s, I could just imagine how fucked up a person is in their 90s. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And whatnot. You see? Oh, Biden Biden, look at his slow moving ass. That motherfucker ain't even 85 yet. What is that motherfucker? 85, 80, what, 84, 82?
81.
81?
He'll be 82 in November.
Okay, and you see that they had to escort that motherfucker off the stage. He was so goddamn disoriented.
Yeah.
See, you see people.
They're the same people that was telling that he was good to go and we didn't have nothing to worry about. And his cognitive decline and his health was up to speed. And we could clearly see from that first debate, he was not.
That he had with the dome.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. And dude was looking bad. Now, the United States, almighty whitey and all that shit right there. These motherfuckers are a laughingstock around the course of the world.
And they're going to really be the laughingstock if Kamala gets in, which is our next topic.
Oh, absolutely.
Black voters in Georgia feel VP Kamala Harris is weak and couldn't handle world leaders.
Right. She might could flat back a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Although she's a high mileage job, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, big time.
Who knows? Maybe Diddy got some photographs with her, you know what I mean?
He does have photographs with her.
Oh, is that right?
I believe so.
The plot thickens.
Photographs with the dump. He definitely got photographs with the dump.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun,
dun, dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah.
You just go back to life like it is normal, then you go back and start it right back up again in 2 years. So when it comes to me, and I'm telling all y'all this, I'm going to be doing multiple forms of content, producing multiple. How many more people? Let's see here. 1 for Harris, 2 for Trump. Okay. So I'm seeing a resounding 2. They thought the economy was better under Trump. All right. So let's go back to the focus group and let's see if we can listen to them, and then we can ask y'all the same question.
The debate. What's your biggest hesitation about voting for Kamala Harris?
Just, is she going to be able to do the things that she says she's going to be able to do? That's, you know what I mean? Just, is she going to be able to do it? That's my biggest hesitation. Just, is she going to be able to get it past Congress? You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah.
You know.
Mikhail, how about you?
Everything that glitters ain't gold.
Yeah, for sure.
It looks great on paper, but I'm not sure it could translate to politics, and if she'll even be able to get it passed.
Haywood?
My thing is her strength. That's my focus with her. You know, is she gonna be able to take a punch and give 1 or 2 back? You know, I that's my biggest thing. And it has nothing to do with her gender, ladies. Okay, but you have. We talking about the highest office in the land.
Yeah. If it was Michelle Obama, I would feel totally different.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You can't be weak and hold that off.
Yeah, like if you put her next to Michelle Obama, it's like, or Hillary Clinton, or Hillary Clinton, it's like it's no comparison on the strength that I think Michelle Obama or Hillary Clinton would have against her. They would eat her up.
How did Harris come across then? How did she do up against him?
Okay, all right. So the concerns of the brothers and sisters there is what she said. One sister say she don't think she'll be able to get much past. The second thing is say everything that glitter is not gold. And then the brother that y'all saw talking, right? His issue was basically weakness. That he see weakness in her. It has nothing to do with her gender. And how could she perform even also, on a world stage? But now, how do you feel about that when it comes to Vice President Kamala Harris? What is your issue with her because some people here may vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. And if you vote for her, that is your American right. I'm not here, and I want to repeat this again. I'm not telling everybody go vote for Trump. That's not what I'm saying. Only thing I said was vote against blue no matter who. Means no matter who you vote for. If it's Trump, if it's Dr. Jill Stein, if it's Cornel West, if it's Robert Kennedy, if you want to write your name down, cool with me. That's great. As long as that's the only thing that I said, right? So I don't want nobody saying, he's just saying go vote for Trump, you're lying. Because if I was saying vote for Trump, I would just say, hey, we got to all go vote for Trump. Now, I say there's some policies that Trump has that I can support. I say, but I'm talking about me and what I think. I'm not talking about what you think, right? You got your own mind, like you got your own voter registration card, and you're going to go vote in that booth by yourself. You're not coming with me, and I'm not coming with you, okay? So it is your choice at the end of the day for whatever reason. It's your voting rights, okay? Just bottom line. So you said, now Jay over here says she has no experience in politics when it comes to the president of the United States. That's true. Because, think about it. Biden kept her in the basement for a long while. You remember that? Everybody was asking where she was at. They say, what's Kamala Harris at? You remember? We never saw her. It's like she may pop up here and there, but we never saw her nowhere. It's like Biden say, okay, yeah, you got a position. Go sit down somewhere. Go do some paperwork. I don't know. We never saw her. Now all of a sudden she just out front and center like she been there the whole time. Like, where you come from? They let you out the basement? You say anti-black word salad. You say can't stand up to Putin or she. Yeah, that's not going to work. That laughing is not going to work. That cackling is not going to work. That being unburdened what has been is not going to work. Not with those individuals. Let's get back to these brothers and sisters.
Haywood says that, big personality. How did she do? How did she come across?
She kept saying that she's a warrior. She's going to fight, but I don't know if you're as strong as, I get it, what you feel, but I don't think you are as like a warrior, like fighter, like she says she is. Right. That's just my opinion. Not that I don't think she doesn't care. And like I said, she used a lot of appealing to emotion, like anecdotal, anecdotal evidence instead of she used some facts, but just to appeal to people hey, I'm just to try to get people on her side.
I don't think the bar was set pretty high when it comes to that. When it comes to her speaking, I believe the last debate with Biden set it really low. So I believe she did a lot better than Biden. But that's pretty much what I got.
And they're both old. Biden is old. Trump is old. And we need to get some young folks in there that knows, have an idea of what's going on now. So that's my.
Yeah, it was several times where he kept referring to her as they. He almost didn't even address her. He kept saying about it. He didn't say her name at all.
Yeah, or that's your boss. Basically, that's your boss. You're just doing what Biden wants to do.
Yeah, and it does make you wonder, right? Because it's kind of he's saying stuff y'all just ousted him. And I'm like, well, that's not what happened. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, what if that is what happened? Now she's the figurehead, so it's difficult to jump on board 100% because you do kind of you've seen it. We've lived through now, multiple elections and we've seen how they turned out. So as a person, I do think she's a better person than he is overall character-wise. And that's why, more people I think are leaning towards her. I don't know if that 100% means she'll do a better job in the office.
Final question, Harris.
Okay. So the last thing she said about, and that's probably some of her appeal, that she comes across, and I say comes across, I didn't say she comes across as a softer personality than Trump, because Trump is brash. Trump is ghetto in a lot of ways. To say he got all that money he's straight ghetto. He really is.
Man, the motherfucker's a
some of the things he
goddamn
say, how he
crook,
get down,
shit.
but Trump don't care either. He don't care.
Because he's a
And
crook.
you get a debate. Now we know, if anybody been following, we know that there was a whistleblower that put out a affidavit stating that he worked at ABC. He works at ABC, and that he said that the debate questions were given to her as a sample questions. But those sample questions were the exact questions that was called out on the debate that night. In that affidavit, he said that the campaign told them they can't ask about her time as a prosecutor in San Francisco. They can't ask about that. And it was one other thing that something else that they didn't want her. And also don't question her about Biden's health. That's another thing, because a lot of people saying, okay, Vice President Kamala Harris, you were working with this man every day. You knew this man health or cognitive health was in decline. You didn't say nothing until the country saw it in that first debate. She's just as responsible for that as well, because she hid that. She didn't say anything. She didn't even pull him to the side and say, "Nah, you can't run, man." It's like, but she kept saying he's fine, he's fine. She lied to the American people about his health.
That's exactly what they threatened him to do to Biden. That's why he had to step down.
Right.
Nancy Pelosi and Osama were going to do that.
Damn.
Why are more people want to talk about that story? That she was telling people he's fine, he's running for president, he's doing this, he's doing that, right? All the Democrat machine lied, the Democrat left-wing media lied about his health, and they all saw him. They all seen. Listen, we were watching the videos. You remember after the Easter Bunny thing where he was getting lost and the Easter Bunny had to get in front of him and turn him around?
Yeah.
Like, he's speaking to world leaders. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm going to bed. And everybody like, huh? Like,
Yo,
you know,
man, I didn't know
that
about
sort of
that,
thing. Everybody
boy.
knew something was wrong
The
with him.
fucking
Just as
Easter
much like
Bunny.
if you had elderly people in your family that went through the same thing he's going through, you've seen it. You've seen the signs. You see the
man, I heard every damn thing now. The Easter Bunny, man. You didn't tell me that one, brother. Say the fucking Easter Bunny.
Yeah, the Easter Bunny had to turn him around, Sebastian. And then remember when he was waving at somebody that wasn't even there? He was talking to people that wasn't even there.
Damn. Ooh, boy.
Saying then, earlier this year, we were like, yeah, they need to invoke the 25th Amendment on him.
The Easter Bunny.
Easter Bunny. Yeah. Because, you know,
Easter Bunny.
They do the Easter egg hunt at the White House. And he was completely lost. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. He didn't know where the fuck he was at.
And the Easter.
Anybody that's ever dealt with a family member that had Alzheimer's, dementia, all of that, you know the signs, and they're definitely very prevalent and very obvious. And Kamala didn't do or say nothing about it. Just went on.
Okay, and then also too, you know, Trump has not Trump, but Biden, he's got a history of shitting on himself, so the motherfucker's probably wearing diapers too, right?
Wearing the pins. Yeah, definitely wearing the pins. Remember he was
Sir. They're diapers, okay?
Yeah, they're diapers, but they're called the pins, Shabaki.
Well, that's just a brand name for presidential diapers, the pins, okay? Damn. Bull, man. Brother Paris, I sure do pity your generation, man, after I'm gone and you guys get my age. Lord. And if I do make it to Biden's age, man, if you see me that goddamn demented, man, shit. You know, just make me not be an embarrassment to myself.
Right.
That's bad.
Yeah.
And then I do remember that they did put some photographs up there on Facebook, man, where he had shitted on himself.
Yeah. Yeah, did
That
that.
is one nasty motherfucker.
He was looking. No, you got some. They have some days they're great, and some days I saw him. He was himself. He's great. And some days he's confused. He trying to figure out what's going on. We all saw this, but yet she kept up the lie that he's fine. And the Senator Freed woman, if you want to vote for Jill Stein, do it. I'm happy you're voting for her. Because you're not voting for Harris, so I'm happy you're voting for her. Go ahead.
So let's debate then. From what you've seen so far, pick your hand up if you think she's strong enough. Keep your hand down if you've got doubts whether she's strong enough. So put your hand up if you think Harris is strong enough.
Yes. I think she's strong enough. Yeah, just like enough. Yeah. Just enough. Yeah.
Is that strength that everybody see in the beginning, is it gonna last throughout her 4 years?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, she looked good against Mr. Trump. I don't know, I didn't see it. But when you had to face these other leaders from these other countries, you know, are you gonna have what it takes to stand there and throw punches like they throw a punch?
Yeah.
I'm hearing more doubts even from those.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's strong enough, just enough.
Now,
No.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So you kind of heard how those brothers and sisters feel, and that's in Georgia. So that's just a representation of a small panel of people. And Georgia, she needs Georgia to win that election. And from what I'm hearing, she's in trouble. She's in trouble. Now Biden had got, I think they say about 89% of the black vote, and she's not nowhere near 89% whatsoever. This is why lately she's been coming out saying she's black, right? She had a interview with Oprah as of recent, and I think she started some controversy about if somebody breaking her house or whatever, she gonna shoot them or whatever. I mean, I don't know why that's a controversy. I mean, I don't know why, but why was somebody breaking her house? She got the Secret Service. I mean, like, come on now, you're not about to shoot nobody, so I don't know why you said that. But you okay, Lisa say you don't know who you voting for, but showing me Kamala Harris, that's for sure. Hey, that's what it is. Now, on top of that, you have things like the migrant crisis. Let me show you something I saw just today. Let me go here. I want to show y'all a video this one sister made about Chicago. And I didn't have time to download it, but it's in my history. So give me a second. Okay, let me see. Give me a second.
It's happening right here in your city.
Hello.
I wanted to share.
Okay, all right. I want y'all to see something here. Let me see here. Get off the screen. Listen to what this sister says real quick about what's happening in Chicago. Real quick. Listen to this.
Something with you, because I know that a lot of you right now are distracted, as always. A lot of you are focused on Diddy's trial, and whatever else is the newest hot topic of the world this week. But for those of us who live in the city of Chicago, I would like to share with you all something. And I want you to share this video with people who are on assistance, right? If you know anyone who is on Section 8, if you know any family members, I want you to share this video with them, okay? Right now, the city of Chicago has opened, and has been open for a while now, the Section 8 application, right? But guess what? It is not open to people who look like you and I. It is only open only and specifically open for the migrants. All right. If you remember, our mayor and aldermen closed a couple of the shelters right before the DNC convention. They wanted to make it a very big, make it seem like everything was okay. They didn't want to show the shelters being near downtown and things like that. So they closed a lot of those shelters and abruptly, right? A lot of those people didn't know really where they were going. So they have opened up the Section 8 application and have been approving them for Section 8 for up to 12 months, no rent, right? No payments from them. And then they'll have to do an application process after a year. But the reason why I'm on here and I'm sharing this with you all is when government agencies do things like this is called discrimination.
Yeah.
Okay? You cannot open up a government agency application like Section 8 and say only immigrants can apply. Blacks, Hispanics, white, Asian, you all cannot apply right now. This is only open for immigrants. Mm-hmm. What country do we live in again? And this is part of the reason why I was on here, because I haven't been online in a while. But the reason why I have been on the internet the last 10 years talking to you all about money and finances.
Okay, I just wanted you to hear that part. So in Chicago, and this sister lives in Chicago, the Democrats are saying only the migrants can get Section 8, but not you American citizens who are paying taxes into the city, the state, and the federal government. Okay. And I'm a firm believer that Black Americans need to get every government program that you qualify for. Also, later in that video, she was talking about that Black people who have Section 8, they're being forced to move and reduce. Like they say, if you have a 3-bedroom, they're making you move down to a 2. Sometimes they're making you move down. If you have a 2, making you move down to a 1-bedroom, and they're giving those places to the migrants. Once again, Brandon Johnson, the Democrat Party, J.B. Pritzker, the governor, Democrat Party. How can any Black American people vote for that party at this point? This has nothing to do with Vice President Kamala Harris. We're talking about the party. How can Black Americans vote for this party when they're prioritizing the migrants over the American citizens? And the reason why I say the things that I say, because it just doesn't make sense to me. Why would I go vote for a party that's trying to discriminate against me, right? Because I'm an American, and prefer the migrant, prefer them. You're not worth anything. Americans are struggling. And on top of that, they're getting EBT. On top of that, they're getting food stamp money. They get all this stuff, right? They're getting it. That lady in that same video, because I watched the whole video, said there was a migrant, a female. She was getting $1,500 a month. And whatever one is, I guess, EBT, and $1,000 in food stamps, and she had no kids. And yet that's what she was getting. But y'all in Chicago or in New York or wherever, if you don't have no money, you screwed. Once again, these are the Democrats who are doing this. Like, how can you go out and say, I'm going to go vote for the Democrats? I'm just saying, I'm not going to vote to economically sabotage myself personally, my community, and also fellow Americans. I'm not going to vote for that. That party believes in the sabotage of American people. Listen, I'm going to say it and I'm going to say it again. Women and children, are they coming from issues like that? Women and small children? Okay, we could talk about that. But all these grown men running around here, these teenagers that's about to be grown men, they shouldn't be let in here. They should be sent right back to their homeland to go fix their place. Period. I told y'all I do not like seeing young men with free time. My thing is, if you're going to let them in here, you better have a place for them to be working 12 hours a day.
No.
They need to be working. They don't need to be roaming around the city. They don't need to be doing anything. The Democrats not even making sure they're keeping them occupied or working 12 hours a day. Because one thing I know from working 12 hours a day for years, the only thing you want when you get off of work is food, a shower. That's the two things you want. Well, you know, if a man got a woman, he wants something else too later. But regardless, the main two things you're going to want is food, a shower, and the bed. Because you got to get up and go do it all over again tomorrow. All these migrant men that's in this country, if it was up to me, they'll be working 72 hours a week, all of them.
No.
All that hanging out? No. Because if you're working 72, and listen, if you don't want to go to work, no problem. There's a plane right over there waiting on you to deport you. Because you're not going to be around here not working. You say you want to come here for a better opportunity? Okay.
You ain't got to worry about that bullshit, Uncle Phil.
Go over here and work 6 days a week. You can have Sunday off, but you work 12 hours a day. It's just that simple.
Because, Shabaka, we're under the Biden-Harris administration. They got rid of the Remain in Mexico policy. Just let them come right on in. But this is what they want. This is what they want. So y'all go ahead. Y'all Kamala Harris. You just keep getting more of this shit. We don't want to hear no complaints from y'all, though.
Okay, now one thing about the dump, I will say, as in human shit, didn't that motherfucker propose putting the goddamn National Guard up there along the borderline, man, and dumping on them motherfuckers?
Yep. Yeah, I just seen something about one of the mugs have bit one of the Border Patrol agents.
Bit the Border Patrol agent. Well, the Border Patrol agent should have been stomping his guts out there in that desert. Damn. Well, this is crazy shit. You know what I'm saying, that you got going on. You know, Yasa bosses are ineffective. Okay, but then again, whoever said that a Yasa boss was effective in the first place, his whole program mission is to be ineffective. Say, that Congressional Black Caucus ain't saying shit for our people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
we ain't gonna do nothing specifically for black people. No.
They see themselves as our people. That's why the delineation is happening, Shabaka.
Please specify delineation to make sure I'm understanding what you mean by that term, sir.
Separation. Basically, we're delineating by lineage. If you're not from our lineage, then we're not supporting you. Unless you're a rider. No, if you're a rider, we'll support. If you're a goddamn tether, you're not getting our support. And majority of the CBC is tethers.
Okay. The Congressional Black Caucus.
Yes, they're tethers for the most part.
Okay. And I'm gonna start calling them the Congressional Backward Ass Caucus.
Yeah, backwards, immigrant caucus, migrant.
Yeah, motherfuckers is moving backwards.
It don't mean it's no good. So
so how long have the motherfuckers been in existence since 1972, or was it 76?
You would know better than me, Shabaka.
I think it was 72.
Yeah, I think it was 72 too.
Yeah.
All right, so what are your thoughts on black voters in Georgia feel VP Kamala Harris is weak and can't handle world leaders?
Okay, I would have to agree with him on that. And then also, too, down there in the great state of Georgia, expect a major fuck up when they're going to have to hand count the ballots. And I'm quite sure that quite a few other states in key electoral states are going to do the same bullshit. So you probably might not decide who the goddamn president is, man, probably till about March. But what is that kangaroo Congress going to do on that? Because you're supposed to have an inauguration, okay, in January of the following year after the election, in the presidential election, that is. Say.
Very interesting times. But yeah, I don't think she's fit. I really don't. And I don't think she's going to do well against world leaders. Just with that horrible. You remember that video of her talking to the one of those dignitaries of one of those European countries, talking about a friend indeed and blah, 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 blah. Like that, bro. This is not, it's not
right.
Cut out for diplomacy.
Right. In other words, her diplomacy is romper room.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Damn U.S. Supreme Court, Captain Kangaroo. You know what I'm saying? I'm on a little fucking massage on that one.
Yeah, so like the voters, the black voters in Georgia were saying like she's just not good. She's not a good fit. Really good.
Yeah, brother Paris. All that I have to say.
She don't really seem to be taking anything seriously. And when you're dealing with these foreign dignitaries of foreign nations, you gotta be very serious and you gotta be on your P's and Q's and know what the hell you're talking about. She's gonna embarrass the United States on the world stage.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much. Yeah, Brother Paris, you all got a hell of a mission ahead of you all, man, in your generation. Damn. Your mission for your generation, Brother Paris, is going to be more intense than the Black empowerment era and the Civil Rights era combined.
Yep.
Because, see, the thing that's mainly going to be going against your generation is this goddamn artificial intelligence. I mean, man, this shit is getting hacked every fucking day.
Yeah.
If the Chinese ain't hacking a motherfucker, the goddamn Russians is hacking a motherfucker. If they ain't hacking a motherfucker, then some other motherfuckers is hacking a motherfucker. And then that motherfucker, what's his name, man, over there in the Ukraine, they keep giving that motherfucker all that goddamn money, Zelensky, or whatever.
Yeah, Vladimir Zelensky.
Yeah, that motherfucker's up there buying yachts and shit and got his goddamn Playboy whores up there.
Mm-hmm.
So the United States, for Zelensky, is paying his pussy bill.
Basically, yeah.
God damn.
And they're still losing the war against Russia. They can't pay us our reparations, but they can give Zelensky hundreds of billions of dollars.
And then you got what's that motherfucker's name over there in North Korea?
Kim Jong-un.
Or whatever who the fuck he is, man. You know what I'm saying? Him and Putin, you know, them motherfuckers there, but get them homeboys, man. You know what I'm saying?
Under Kamala.
And then you got these goddamn confused bimbo ass motherfuckers over here. Can't sit up there and read the goddamn offense that's getting ready to come against us.
Yeah. Well, they couldn't read it in 2019. We've been standing on our square. We've been standing on business. We've been waiting for y'all to catch up. Y'all justify being off code and not standing on your square and not being consistent.
Yeah, and then also too, Brother Paris, I just want to put it out there, hey, to our viewers, please like the page on Facebook of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhances, because we are growing some numbers on there, Brother Paris.
Yeah, that's because we've been making them rounds.
Yeah.
Different platforms, but yeah, definitely make sure y'all like and subscribe to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X. All right, Shabaka, so we're going to get to the last topic of the night.
Right.
That's Mark Robinson.
Mark Robinson.
That's the one that told us that we owed reparations to America.
Yeah, we owe. Wait, hold on a second. So this brain dead motherfucker is saying that black people owe reparations to white America.
Well, not white America, it's just America in general.
That we owe reparations to America.
Mm-hmm. That's what he said, amongst other ridiculous shit. So,
who is this trick, and what's his function?
His function is the same function as Kamala Harris, to be an agent of chaos.
Okay. All right.
So Dr. Rashad Rashay is going to give us the update on this. Lieutenant Governor claims to be a black Nazi on a dope website.
Oh, you talking about that stupid motherfucking trick out of North Carolina?
This is the vampire Louis Dula.
Yep. Those are other deals from Lisa. So Lisa's going to give us the update, and then I'm going to finish it off with Dr. Rashay.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are many that are asking Mark Robinson to drop out of the governor's race for North Carolina. Now, you may ask yourself why. Well, it seems like Mark Robinson is very similar to Herschel Walker, not with the women, but with something controversial coming out practically every day about this man. They said every day there is something coming out about him. Number two, I did a video. My last video was how he used to go and watch skin flicks at the corn, just replace the C with the P shop. And they said he shows up every day to watch those skin flicks. Now, found out what kind of skin flicks he likes. He likes trans corn. Did you hear what I said? Replace the C with a P. He likes trans corn. And he recently posted that slavery is not bad. And he considers himself a black Nazi.
More brain dead.
You know, number one, I do not trust any commentator, politician, or anyone that is melanated and they have nothing decent to say about the people that they come from. I automatically know you are someone I can never, ever trust or even take seriously. And wow. So when this recent controversy came out, it's getting louder and louder down in North Carolina for him to drop out of the race. As of now, he is flat out refusing to drop out of the race. He doesn't believe he should have to drop out the race. Oh boy. And they are coming across old posts that he put out on the internet, and they are calling these posts bizarre. They're saying his posts are really bizarre. So there are details about bizarre posts by Republican Mark Robinson were revealed by a CNN K-file on Thursday afternoon, which uncovered a slew of scandalous posts on pornography forums that he likes to visit, like Nude Africa. In the early 2000s, Robinson, 56, denied making posts and characterized them as salacious tabloid lies. Yeah, well, Herschel Walker did the same thing. Whenever a new scandal came out, he would rush to get in front of the cameras and deny everything, but it was all true about him, and it's all true about Mark Robinson. Please. So, CNN report said the email address associated with Robinson's forum accounts was also used by the politician elsewhere online and social media. Yeah, it was him. Oh, that wasn't me. Those are lies. So you used the same email address everywhere else. So it added that it used other ways to confirm the post came from him, including that he posted to the forum that was in Greensboro, which is where he lives. Slavery is not bad, Robinson wrote on one post back in 2010. Some people need to be slaves. This is what he wrote. Look at his fat butt. You need to be a slave. Maybe you can work off some of that fat. So some people need to be slaves. Yeah, you're one of them. You need to be one. Don't recommend it for other people. Recommend it for yourself.
Right.
I wish they would bring slavery back. I would certainly buy a few. Oh no, you ain't gonna buy none because your butt's gonna be out there slaving. You think them folks down there ain't gonna put your fat butt to work? They will. Seemingly unprovoked, Robinson also posted that year, "I'm a black Nazi." This dude is crazy. He's too crazy for office. But you know what, y'all? Listen to the way he's talking, right? Donald Trump said he is Dr. Martin Luther King on steroids. This man ain't nothing like Dr. Martin Luther King. Nothing like him. Dr. Martin Luther King, whether you like his style or not, he was a rider. This man is everything but that. This raccoon he's the king of all raccoons, for real. So anyway, some people go way too hard.
Oh, I just love you, Bob. Yeah. I'm a hopper. Dr. Marimba, as the doctor stated, that it was in chaos. It was bizarre. It was ugly.
And what was he doing in a gym at 14 if he was not? He wrote this as a Democrat.
Like he washing dishes, somebody. Sound like he washing dishes.
Well, that just had to clean some of this shit up right there. Sorry about that.
To North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein, who is really far ahead of him in the polls. I don't even think this is going to be a neck and neck race. I think man is going to lose by a landslide. I really do.
I hope he does.
And he's a Democrat. Stein is a Democrat. He has a recent history of anti-transgender rhetoric, but he said, I like watching tranny on girl porn. Corn. I said it. I ain't taking this out. So anyway, he reportedly wrote, that's effing hot.
Sick as hell.
Trans on girl is effing hot. That's what he wrote this. It takes the man out while leaving the man in. And yeah, I'm a perv too.
God damn.
Can you believe he wrote this stuff out there?
This motherfucker straight from hell.
Yep.
He also described in detail his, you know, how he gets turned on by this. And he said he used to secretly peep on women in public gym showers as a 14-year-old.
This is damn peeping Tom too.
Wow.
That's bad. Some states that's a felony.
And what was he doing in a gym at 14 if he was not exercising? Apparently going to where the women were showering. And you mean to tell me nobody said anything? And I'm just wondering, nobody said nothing? So the Carolina Journal reported that members of the Trump campaign, Donald Trump's campaign is asking him to withdraw from the race. But Donald Trump was the one that endorsed this man. He endorsed this man.
Well,
so the Trump campaign is now asking Robinson to withdraw from the race over the article Explicit Nature. The campaign also reportedly ordered Robinson to steer clear of all Trump and J.D. Vance campaign events. They're kicking him out head first, y'all, bald-headed first. Yes, they are. Okay, when they stomp on the Tar Heel state. So they are telling him to drop out of the race. Trump is distancing himself from him and not even reach out to J.D. Vance and don't come to none of their events. Oh my goodness. Robinson was scheduled to speak at a Vance campaign event on Wednesday, but his office announced that Robinson had tested positive for COVID. No, he didn't. He knows he can't go. The Trump campaign has already told him to drop out and don't come to none of their events.
See what House Nigger did?
My. Robinson's name is already locked in to appearing on the North Carolina ballots, and he's outright declared he won't be calling off his campaign. We are not getting out of the race, he told CNN. There are people who are counting on us to win this race. He's not. Y'all, he ain't going to win this race. He ain't going to win the race even if there weren't any scandals coming out. In North Carolina, this dude, a governor, I don't think so. I don't think so. So Thursday report isn't Robinson's first run-in with the scandal. He called for the complete A-word ban in 2020, but later walked that stance back after it was revealed in 2022 he paid for his now wife to have an A-word done back in the 80s. Smell a Herschel Walker. The spirit of Herschel Walker is on this. So the post uncovered by CNN showed that Robinson, now a far right hardliner on most issues, wasn't so strongly against the A word in his forum post. I don't care, he said, about a celebrity having an A word. I just want to see the S tape. More recently, 5 men who worked at, I told you one of the guys came forward and said he showed up at that shop all the time. So 5 of the employees there are confirming that he came to that shop to watch corn. So
Oh boy,
he would frequently visit after he finished work at a nearby pizza
San
shop.
Francisco.
Yeah, right.
So okay, so I get it. Robinson had an office near a pizza shop, and they said when he would finish his work, he would come over to the corn shop. Those workers claimed that Robinson bought hundreds of bootleg corn videos, and that Robinson's taste lay in just straight American corn with some trans in it. So y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think. This is just crazy. Yeah, y'all better get this man out of there. There's no telling what other dark skeletons are lurking around in his closet. Wow. Now, you know it's bad when Donald Trump is trying to tell you to get lost. That's what they're telling. Donald Trump and his campaign told this man to get lost and don't come to their events. And he was supposed to speak on Wednesday at a JD Vance event. Wow. That says it all. But I guess that means you're not going to get a cabinet position there. Maybe he thought there was a chance he could get a cabinet position. I don't think you are eligible for a cabinet position. In fact, with all this stuff that came out, how can this man run for office ever again in his life? Seriously. Y'all gonna have to tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you on the next video. Peace.
You know what I'm saying? We're trying to get paid too, because we're going broke over here. You know. Only thing I could say,
Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who's now gubernatorial candidate, claimed to.
Go ahead, Sebastian.
Okay, only thing I could say, that man is ill. Okay, he's fucked up in the head, and putting all bullshit aside, based on what the sister said, this dude was perhaps some type of victim of that shit himself in his younger days. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, something happened to this man. Okay, now, I don't condone what he does. Actually, I feel very sorry for this brother for getting caught up in the American social order. Now, the next time we speak with old Joe Gibson, we're going to give Joe Gibson the business on this motherfucker. For real. We're going to give him the business. Okay? Now, once again, as I've stated on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on our podcast, what will some of the civil rights workers that paid the ultimate price, okay, for civil rights will say about something like this? What would Fannie Lou Hamer say? Okay. What would Ella Barker say? What would Dr. King say? But
Ain't it mighty funny that we don't hear no noise from Jesse Jackson? Oh yeah, that's right, Jesse Jackson. Yeah, he's all fucked up. Yeah.
Arkansas Shabaka, he ain't gonna be saying much of anything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And this is why, Brother Chad, I have the viewpoints that I do when I hear bizarre shit like this.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers got to say that, oh man, I don't see race, we're all the same, and all that bullshit. Now look what happened to this motherfucker right here due to the American Social Order. To get this fucked up. To be this fucked up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
but
sir.
Unfortunately.
I'm gonna play the clip, Shabaka, and then I'm gonna end the show.
All right.
It's super late.
Yeah, it is.
Be a black Nazi in online posts, went to porn sites quite often. That's fine, except he says that individuals who live like that are basically, well, they are corrupt morally. Put him a full man. There's more. Mark Robinson, the controversial and socially conservative Republican nominee for governor of North Carolina, made a series of inflammatory comments on a adult website message board. This was about 10 years ago, in which he referred to himself as a, quote, black Nazi, okay, and expressed support for reinstating slavery. And despite a recent history of anti-transgender rhetoric, Robinson said he enjoyed watching transgender.
Man, that motherfucker better leave that goddamn dope alone, man.
A review of archived messages found in which he also referred to himself as a perv. A CNN K-file investigation found that damn K-file something serious at CNN.
With millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable, we just need 1% of the viewers to become a paid member so we can continue to bring this content to you. Now back to the show.
As much as we love you and respect you, we need
comments
funding too,
which Robinson denies making.
Get with us, Dr.
Predate his entry into politics and current stint as the Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina. They were made under a username that CNN was able to identify as Robinson by matching a litany of biographical details and a shared email address between the two. It really wasn't quite difficult. Many of Robinson's comments were obviously sexual and lewd in nature. They were made between 2008 and 2012 on Nude Africa, a pornographic website that includes a message board. The comments were made under the username Mini Soldier. I'm not making this up.
God damn.
Okay.
You can't make this shit up, man.
I told y'all that K-file.
You can't make this shit up.
They tell you all of it, okay? A moniker Robinson used frequently online. Lieutenant Governor Mini Soldier listed his full name on his profile for Nude Africa, as well as an email address he used on numerous websites across the internet for decades. So I want you to keep that picture up. When he's already the lieutenant governor, so he's run for political office statewide, got in, got the nomination, got the election. He then runs for governor, a little more high profile. He became more high profile with all of his rhetoric, his Trumpite MAGA dynamics. So people started to notice him, and somebody said, wait a minute, that is Mini Soldier. Publicly, Lieutenant Governor Robinson has fiercely argued that people should use bathrooms only that correspond to the gender they were assigned at birth. He's also said transgender women should be arrested for using women's restrooms. Quote, if you're a man on Friday night, he yelled this at a crowd, and all of a sudden Saturday you feel like a woman, and you want to go in the women's bathroom in the mall, you will be arrested or whatever we got to do to you. I said this at a campaign rally, 2024. We're going to protect our women, end quote. Now remember, it's already been established he likes transgender porn. Yet privately, under the username Mini Soldier on Nude Africa. Robinson, the lieutenant governor, graphically described his own sexual arousal as an adult from the memory of secretly, quote, peeping on women in public gym showers as a 14-year-old. Robinson recounted the story as a memory he said he still fantasized about. Quote, I came to a spot that was a dead end, but had two big vent covers over it. It just so happened it overlooked the showers. I sat there for about an hour and watched as several girls came in and showered. Robinson wrote on Nude Africa. So you may have a future as a writer for the website. You have to look at things glass half full here, Lieutenant Governor. There's more. Quote, I went peeping again the next morning, Robinson wrote. But after that, I went back to the ladder. Was locked. So those 2 times were the only times I got to do it. Memories, he says. Another comments on Nude Africa, Robinson discussed his affinity for transgender adult situations. Quote, I like watching.
I don't know.
On girl porn, that's effing hot.
This motherfucker, the sheriff,
takes the man out while leaving the man.
The sheriff,
and yeah, I'm a perv too. In the forum, Robinson revealed his varnished thoughts on issues such as race, gender, and abortion, writing a forum discussing Black Republicans on October 2010. Robinson stated unprovoked, quote, I'm a Black Nazi. The same month, Robinson wrote in another post that he supported the return of slavery. Quote, slavery is not bad, certainly by a few, end quote. In March 2012, Robinson wrote that he preferred the former leader of Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler, over the leadership in Washington during the administration of President Barack Obama. Quote, I'd take Hitler over any of the ish that's in Washington right now. He wrote, Robinson's comments on Nude Africa often frequently contain derogatory and racial slurs directed at Black, Jewish, and Muslim people. The same thing that got him elected lieutenant governor and got him the gubernatorial GOP nomination for governor.
Man, you can't make this shit up.
In addition, many other comments, including one calling King worse than a maggot in 2011. Robinson wrote in 2010, I'm not in the KKK. They don't let Blacks join. If I was in the KKK, I would have called him Martin Lucifer King, end quote. Just earlier this month, a lengthy report detailed how in the 1990s, Robinson frequented a local North Carolina porn shop and masturbated in the private booth almost every night. So much so he brought the staff pizza. They knew him by his first name. One employee said that man was there every day that I worked at that shop, like he was an employee. Robinson denies this. This is going to be an interesting denial. Here it is. In an interview with CNN, Robinson repeatedly denied that he made the comments on Nude Africa. Quote, this is not us. These are not our words. Ours, sir, we're talking about you. These are not our words. And this is not anything that is characteristic of me, Robinson said. Presented with the litany of evidence connecting him with the Mini Soldier user name on Nude Africa, Robinson said, quote, I'm not going to get into the minutia of how somebody manufactured this. These salacious tabloid lies. Sir, in all due respect, what you are being accused of is actually far less impactful than what Trump has done. Okay, you haven't been convicted of sexually violating someone or corrupt money dealings. You have some proclivities, right? You are a ridiculous human being, a complete hypocrite, sell out Uncle Tom and all that. But sir, they let Trump get away with just grabbing women by because he's famous. So what does that tell you? Are you getting sure? Yeah. Here's what the GOP is saying. Put it up. They're deleting him. They're deleting past posts associated with him. Man, Karen don't even want a picture with you now, sir. CJ, hey, does anyone know why Lori Blackout just deleted this tweet about Mark Robinson? Lori says, it was great to be a part of a wonderful event with our next governor, Mark Robinson. So let's keep the picture up. So what did it? What was it, sir? Was it the adult websites? It could have been, because when it was exposed that you went to the adult shop that you said should not exist, they didn't abandon you. Was it that you said you were a black Nazi? They already know that. So, sir, what was it? Was it the transgender thing? Or could it be because out of all the websites you could have picked, you chose a website called Nude Africa? Damn. I don't know which one it is. Representative Virginia Fox denied knowing anything about him. I'm laughing not to laugh harder. Despite a meet and greet with him personally. Max Cohen, North Carolina, Representative Virginia Fox said she hasn't really followed him closely when asked about the latest Mark Robinson news. Jesse Waters. Yeah, Jesse got your back. Jesse on Fox News, the safe haven for all things racist. You know they got you, man. If nobody else, they're going to stick by you here. Jesse Waters claimed never heard of him. Put it up, man. Put it up. He did this to himself. He did this to himself. Jesse Waters claimed he never heard of him, despite interviewing the man on Fox News. We got the interview right there. We got a screenshot of it. There it is. Meanwhile, the North Carolina GOP, they're trying to support him. Amid a bombshell report outing the North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson for espousing pro-Nazi and pro-slavery positions on internet message boards, the state Republican Party is standing by him, accepting his denials verbatim and proclaiming voters will not care about the issue. Mark Robinson has categorically denied the allegations made by CNN, but that won't stop the left from trying to demonize him via personal attacks. The party said in a statement. The state GOP then pivoted to attacking Democrats, said the left needs this election to be a personality contest, not a policy contest. Because if voters focus on policy, Republicans will win. That's completely untrue. Sir, you have to be miserable. And I say that in all due honesty and respect. You have to be a miserable person. And I'm saying this because you are anti-Black, but however, you are Black. You are anti-LGBTQ community, but you obviously enjoy some of the aspects of that community. You are allegedly anti-sexual behavior outside of marriage. However, you have a long history of engaging in sexual activity outside of the confines of the marital context.
I mean, man, you can't make this shit up.
Sir, you are a broken human being. You're broken. And you thought the pictures and the parties and the invites from what you believe to be good people, while you did all that damn self-hating. You thought that validated you, made you important, made you feel like you're somebody. Where they at now, sir? Jesse Waters said he never even heard of you. Senator, he did it to, he's a grown ass man. He did it to himself.
Hey, Brother Paris.
Yeah, I don't know what you want me to do with this. I mean, Mini Soldier, aka Mark Robinson. I'm gonna let our viewers deal with the Mini Soldier part. I can't with this. But let me just go on the self-hate. I'm gonna go to safe territory.
There you go.
I can't deal with the Mini Soldier. Let me just stick with the man claims to be a black Nazi, ingratiating himself to Adolf Hitler, who hated black folks. Let me note this. I just want to say on behalf of the black delegation, Dr. Richie, that we give him back.
Right.
Okay,
we don't even want to draft anybody. We're gonna that's a bonus offer.
We'll be down one. Okay.
Right, we'll be down one.
We'll
We'll
black
take the hit.
delegation, we don't want them.
Right, we'll just take that hit.
We'll take the L
on
that. Because this is all kind of self-hate. That's why I just want to focus on the racial side of this matter and say that it is something truly wrong with this man. And as you said, Doc, it must be a miserable existence.
Yes.
To align yourself with a system and with people who hate, like literally hate, would take the lives of your people. And this is bigger than Donald J. Trump, because this fool been doing this before Donald J. Trump. So we ain't gonna even blame President Trump on this nonsense, because Mini Soldier, aka Mark Robinson, had these challenges and problems before Donald J. Trump ever became President Trump. On behalf of the black delegation, I try not to speak for all black people, but at this moment, I am going to take the liberty and say, we give him back. We don't want him.
Yeah, you're in completely safe territory with that proclamation.
Discover the heart of our history at the Hidden History Museum in Los Angeles. Now open through Saturday from 11 a.m.
I'm going to end the show. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you like and subscribe to Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Journal on YouTube and Facebook. It's about this Black experience and here on Facebook and Twitter and on X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and black empowerment. Channing Plummer, Justin Harris, State House District 8 on the ballot, signing out from the Mile High Income City. Peace. I think we should not be staying up late with us. And chase you out today.